Alrighty, guys. Good evening. On for a late stream again, as per usual, guys. Hi. Hope you guys are a wonderful evening so far. Good evening, Sahun. And yeah. Hope you guys are all having a wonderful evening. Slipping into the late night grind, which is not a good thing. But we'll see where things go. Last night's games, guys, and Helldivers 2 were pretty shit. Basically, bugs were super easy, and bots just one-tap you out of nowhere, which also is not fun. So, basically a lot of not fun games. Might be looking forward to taking a break from Helldivers 2 here. Not exactly sure what I want to play yet, or where we're going to go. The fallback, as per before, is basically Overwatch 2. I'm not sure I want to do that anymore, specifically because it's just basically a bunch of people cheating, and it's not really much fun anymore. Well, it wasn't fun for a while, but at least I could add the illusion that it wasn't happening. It's gotten so bad, and people are relatively oblivious to it. It's like not worth the effort anymore. So, not exactly sure, guys, what we're gonna do here. Hope you guys are on a wonderful evening regardless. One of the reasons we've been on basically Helldivers 2 for so long is specifically because I don't really have anywhere else to go. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's not really much left in terms of games to stream. League of Legends is basically where it is. Just go and play in Bronze League. And then maybe grind my way out of there in a year. Or two. Grind my way out of Bronze League. Yeah. I don't know. Like, the funny thing about League of Legends is basically just like half of your time spent in that game is literally for an outcome you already know is going to happen, but you still have to sit there and grind it for the next, double the amount of time it should actually take. Yeah. I don't know. We got a couple more entries to add to a Better Divers guide. I don't know if we're going to do them tonight because I'm on late, and just kind of want to play some Gumas here. We'll see. We'll cover the Reddits, take a look at what the kids are bitching about. The usual shenanigans, guys. 9,000 series is coming out at the end of the month, so there is that. The usual. There's a new Starfield update, I believe. We could potentially go take a peek at that, because I played a shitload of Starfield at one point or another. Last year in the fall, when it came out, played it for about a month and a half. Most of which was... well, not most of which, spent plenty of time, almost, maybe not half the time, but I spent a shitload of time modding that game. It was probably about half the fun, or a lot of the fun of the game itself was modding it. Figuring out different things, new and different things that are being updated constantly, whereas the game development itself basically ceased, more or less. However, they've released some patches over the last couple months, but it's still not really anything super spectacular, so, yeah. Yeah, guys. Do bugs control illegal broadcast? We talked about this on stream. Yeah, it's kind of weird, and why would they defend it? They seem to understand how technology works. Yep. Could also just be that the illegal broadcasts happened on bug-infested worlds, so basically, bugs basically protected it just by association of being there. Using basically area's natural defenses to your advantage if you're someone else putting them in. So. Ash would be proud if they weren't undemocratic. Natural defense of the area, whoever instituted them knew they would be hard to remove due to local wildlife protecting the area. They were using the area to their advantage. Brash would be proud if they weren't treasonous. True. Brash. Let's see. Helldivers. Brash. Spell it right, Brash. General Brash. Everyone's thinking about one move ahead, which is the bugs controlling it, but they don't think about two moves ahead, which is people controlling it, but putting it there because it's harder to access. Okay, I'm going to grab my coffee, guys. One moment. Alrighty. Let's... Got some lovely mail today. All good things, I'm sure. Whoop. My point about people talking about employing furries and mentioning basically, it doesn't matter if you're a furry, by the way, it's if you present yourself specifically as a furry, being part of the issue, which is it's almost always sexually oriented, and that's not really professional at all, depending on what, sector you're in. It's kind of a big deal. Outside of point of view and perception, everything related to furry comes across the internet, and outside of it, it always seems to relate porn. It is. It's basically advertising your fetish. It's not really... I don't think it's ever really been... Like, every single person that's a furry that I've talked to has always enjoyed the debauchery angle of it as well. So the lewd side of being a furry, not just being, hey, look, I like dressing up in suits. It always goes beyond that. It always fucking goes beyond pretending you're just you're someone that's like an animal. Every single time. Every single fucking time. trying to cancel me by saying this is inferring the same thing of people that are LGBT, which is not true at all. I also know what a straw man is. Yeah, like I mentioned before, guys, I don't think I've ever met someone that has been a furry that has not been into the sexual aspect of it, and almost always every single person that is a furry will perpetuate that too. Like, they'll talk about it very openly and liberally. They'll talk about that. It's generally something you don't want in a workplace. Not that people can have all the fetishes and kinks they want. That's not a problem, which I even said in my original post. However, when you are attempting to put on an air of professionalism, it matters. I'm saying that LGBT symbols have more to do with someone's sexuality than furry profile pic. I disagree. This is getting into where you start splitting hairs. Good question. Does LGBT symbols have a place in a workplace either? Like, does your sexual identity even matter for the most part? Like, what you're into even matter? Also a good question. If you are just a random CSR, so someone that no one really is supposed to actually know about personally, right? Does it matter? Is it supposed to matter? No, it's not. Like, professionalism involves basically representing the company, not your persona. By the way, I'm trying to keep things relatively PC here. There's a lot of things you can actually say in this conversation that the right uses when you start talking about people like this. That they try to corral every single interest together under one umbrella, and it leads to a lot of ones that you wouldn't want to do that with, and showing up in the same place because they can claim the same thing that this guy is. From an outsider point of view and perception, everything furry related comes across the internet and inside and outside of it. It always seems to be related to porn, horniness, and weird fetishes. Yes, it does. You see them in the news, the show Pride Parade, some of those are about sexualities, aren't they? Not hard. It's not hard to not wear a furry suit when you're working the help desk. Not hard to not wear your furry suit when you're working the help desk. This whole line, by the way, this is where you have to tread carefully because what they're trying to do is perpetuate me as like being hard right leaning. Left and right do this, by the way. They both do it. They perpetuate you as the opposite side on the extreme ends of the spectrum, regardless of what happens. Both sides are crazy, guys. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. That's why I am a centrist, and being a centrist isn't just being like central on issues, rather left or right leaning depending on what the issue is. Far left and far right are both absolutely fucking bonkers crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy. They're insane. Speaking of which, by the way, left and right, Biden stepped down for the nominee this election. And that probably means that Harris is going to take over. However, I think there's less people are going to vote for Harris than would for Biden, which is pretty ridiculous, by the way. Yeah, because I'm not voting for fucking Harris. Harris is a bunch of checklists. I'd vote for Hillary. I'm not voting for Harris, though. Hillary's definitely, well, probably not running. But yeah, like if you've listened to any of her discussions, it's all buzzwords. It's all buzzwords, pandering, FUD. It's almost the same thing as Trump, but she's not as good at it. So yeah, I'm definitely not voting for Harris. And I don't know. I have absolutely no idea what the Dems are doing, guys. They waited too long. Biden waited too long to basically throw in the towel. I think the only option Dems actually have right now of winning the election is if they get behind RFK. And RFK, if you guys know anything about him, is crazy. He has a lot of conspiracy theories. Like his entire candidacy is running off of conspiracy theories, which is pretty ridiculous. But he actually, out of all the candidates, probably seems the most level-handed in what's kind of going on here. Yeah, which is kind of fucking crazy. Because he is crazy, kind of fucking crazy. But in terms of winning, I think the only chance that Dems actually have of winning someone is RFK right now. There's no one else that's notably in the race right now that's talked remotely about winning. Harris would get, as I mentioned before, I'm very certain would get a lot less votes than Biden does. She basically represents everything that people are swapping to Republican. Like the reason they're swapping to Republican is basically everything that Harris is, and that we're just going to push even more people to more people to Republican. She has if you've listened to her talk at all, it's just not Trump. Well, Trump basically doesn't say anything meaningful. He basically conveys generally that he can make things better, that everyone else has made things worse, and loosely talks about basically he pulls in trends. So jobs that matter, for instance, he'll talk about jobs and making them much better. It's very, very straightforward rhetoric, and oftentimes it doesn't even make sense, but it kind of touches on certain points. Harris is kind of the same way, and I think it's just she's just worse at it, unfortunately. And nothing she's said actually makes me want to vote for her at all, unfortunately. But it seems like Harris is probably going to be the running candidate for Dems right now. I really hope it's not, but it's probably going to be the case. Really should be RFK. If they actually want to get behind someone that has a chance of winning, it's going to be RFK. But because Democrats are self-sabotaging themselves like this entire race, we're probably not going to see that. So, yeah. That's pretty crazy. You can actually go from Biden to worse. But here we are. Whether or not that happens or not, guys, don't know. It'll all be kind of coming out in the next week or so. So, yeah. Cool. Well, I enjoyed this conversation with someone that thinks I'm a bigot because I don't want someone to use, I don't think a furry avatar is appropriate for a workplace when it comes to, not that people can't have their fetishes, because they definitely can. When it comes to working a help desk, you probably shouldn't be, rocking your furry avatar. Yeah. Why is my gun so big? They made them bigger. I don't know if it was intentional or not. They did that like two patches ago. What's important is not how big your gun is, but how you spread democracy with it. Average sized. It is kind of curious how they're getting bigger, but I think this is a bug because it doesn't appear this big when I'm in games. So it could be that this is actually like an after mission bug. In the nick of time. Oh my god, feels good, man. Just in time. Or something. Don't look at the man behind the curtain, guys. I'm sure we had a chance of losing that. Well, we probably actually did, but then they'd have to figure out what exactly they're going to do when no one tries. How much effort is enough effort, and how little effort is too little effort to win. Grenades received a buff in the latest update. Ah, there's a mini nuke there. Yep. When's the last time you saw an arc thrower? Maybe last week. In the Better Divers Guide, guys, after they nerfed... I'm pretty sure it's in the Better Divers Guide. After they nerfed the... we talked about it when it happened. There's a lot of people that didn't actually have, like, fake outrage about it. Because they removed, basically, the animation cancel. And that meant that... did less DPS by, like, 25%. Quite a bit. 30%, 33%. Why isn't there a fucking emote wheel in the game, guys? I have no idea. Plasma Purifier Arc Thrower, yep. We just addressed it. QO life changes for Purifier and Arc Thrower. Number 22. Involves basically making auto cycle when it fires. Arrowhead balance team, hear me out. That still wouldn't change how shit it is, so. I mean, sure. Your priorities are clear, no traitors. Also on the Better Divers Guide is the Arc Thrower, or excuse me, the Railgun. Well, that assumes it's actually coming from your ship, not from someone else's ship. Exosuits are back on the menu. Oh, they're giving free exosuits. Okay. Response from B Vitamin about the Commando, I believe. Is this a PR thing? like some of these photos or some of these responses are just kind of unrelated. Unrelated. Our feature's been broken for so long. I'm not exactly sure because I don't go out of my way to add people in the game. I'm not exactly sure how broken the friends functionality is, besides just knowing that it is broken, because I don't use it all the time. Just embarrassing for them, but I'll take a small company like that listens to and tries on an old pile of shit engine that works hard over a multi-billion-dollar corporation as nothing as money. Well, I do. So we've talked about this before many different times prior to streaming Helldivers 2. This isn't a Helldivers 2 thing. We've talked about this before. If you choose to use an old game engine or an old engine in general to save on money, then you have to do everything in-house. It is a conscious decision to use unsupported or old engines or things that are cheaper like Unity, well, old Unity. Unity, instead of using something like the Unreal Engine. Could they have done this in the Unreal Engine? For sure they could have done it in the Unreal Engine. They chose not to, assumedly, well, putting aside the fact I believe the engine is actually from Sweden, so there might be some Swedish pride going in there, if I remember right. Putting that aside, they chose to do it probably to save on licensing costs, and licensing costs are very, very affordable for the Unreal Engine. Also, I believe the Crysis engine as well. And they chose particularly to use the old kind of outdated, high upkeep, I guess you could put it, high upkeep engine. This is a conscious decision. We're on UE5? We're on UE5, right? That's new. Yeah. Yeah. Unreal 5 just came out. Unreal 6 doesn't exist yet. $2022. Yeah, so this is probably beyond when they first started streaming. So there's a lot of games that are transitioning from UE4 to UE5 right now. UE5 basically came out in 2022. So they definitely could have done a UE4 or UE5. More likely UE4 based on, you know, when they started production, when they started working the games, probably 2020, 2019, right? This is one of the things I actually said about PlanetSide 2 way back in the days. They should have considered basically cutting their losses and transitioning to the UE4 engine at the time, now UE5 engine. I don't even know if they could do it. PlanetSide 2 is such a weird animal because it's so fucking big. This game, on the other hand, they 100% could move to a different engine. It'd be just a chore to do so. Basically, maybe not the equivalent of producing a new game, but it would require a lot of basically redundant work just to move everything over from this game engine to the other one. I don't even know how compatible they are. A lot of work, but they could 100% do it. PlanetSide 2 is in a much more different position, mainly because of the kind and scope of the game that is not something that's even in Unreal at all. Could they do it? Possibly, but Fortnite is pretty much the extent of what it's capable of, and in cases where they've shown, I don't know if it's changed recently, but in cases that they've shown with the Unreal 4 engine back in the day, Fortnite has since transitioned to the Unreal 5 engine, which they've talked about. But back in the day, when they're working on the Unreal 4 engine, you could see basically the limitations of what they're capable of doing. And Epic is a company with a lot of talent, a lot of fucking talent and manpower. When they did their giant modes, which was like 120 versus 120 or something like that, what was it, 64 versus 64? Maybe it was 64 versus 64. And the game engine would crawl, absolutely choke on itself when battles started taking place near each other. Like, absolutely fucking choked on themselves. So, like, large format battle royale modes for the handful that existed would grind to a halt in the game itself. So, PlanetSide 2 involving parties upwards at 256 versus 256, and that's when things start breaking down in the Forge Light engine, I believe is what PlanetSide 2 uses. That's when stuff starts breaking down, is when you get over the 128 versus 128. Like, you never want to go near those battles because it just turns to shit. But it's the same case in Fortnite as well, but Fortnite never really went out of their way to try and make a game based on it, right? That being said, Helldivers 2 is basically a 4-man mission, so it's kind of well within the scope of what Unreal can do. Yeah, this guy's trying to give them a free pass for using an old, outdated engine. They chose to use the old, outdated engine. It's not... Game companies 100% make a conscious, well-informed decision before they pull the trigger on something like that. They try. They're like, hey, you know, this is a good idea, and yeah, okay, but, you know, are we going to have people that can actually take care of this? Yeah, we got you know, Lars and Joel on staff here, and they can do most of what's going on here, and they can take care of all the issues with it, and then they pulled the trigger on it, right? It's not something where they just... Usually not something where they just off the cuff decide to just use an old engine out of nowhere. The de facto is using like something like Unreal Engine, because it generally comes with a lot of samples, a lot of things, and you can talk, depending on your licensing, you can talk to their staff and get custom solutions made for you. So, like, Epic is willing, which makes Fortnite, Epic is willing to work on their engine, and there is a customer support aspect to it of working back and forth between whoever wants to use their engine and like the game developers themselves. Game developers, we can put in quotes here, because if you've ever actually worked with any of the newer engines, they're very easy to work with. It's like, it's modding. It's basically what it comes down to. Is like Dead by Daylight. It's like a mod for the Unreal Engine. Yeah. There's a lot of information, a lot of documentation, and a lot of samples, and then of course there's a lot of assets that are available to you, which you can find. There's a gigantic fucking open marketplace for assets for Unreal Engine, if you didn't know that. Absolutely gigantic open like marketplace. And some games, when they go under, will sell their assets on the marketplace because it's actually kind of lucrative. It makes sense. It's a good place to buy and sell stuff if it fits your game. But then it gives it a generic look, which other games don't have, and they're using the same assets. So, yeah. This guy's trying to give him a free pass because their engine. Fuck that. That's not the thing. It's actually, it used to be very expensive to license game engines. It's not anymore. Epic changed that. They 100% changed the game on that. They even have a free version if I remember right, which we're going to find out here in a second. Royalties apply after 1 million gross USD. Revenue limits, access source code, all platform features, royalty based. Take a percentage of your sales. 5% royalty. Which isn't really breaking the bank. It used to be a lot fucking higher than that. And then you had to, like, dig for it. Like, contact support, or contact us to speak to a representative for licensing costs. And you're like, yeah, that's when you know it's really going to be expensive. Commercial purposes have generated more than 1 million in the past 12 months and are not creating a game or application that relies on engine code at runtime will be licensed to third-party end users. C license fee will be required. This is not a game. This is different. So this is... Yeah, so this is for, like, architecture. I've seen the Unreal Engine used in architecture. Hey, Odie. How's it going? Pretty good. We're doing, talking about game engine use in... well, in general. This is for, like, businesses that are not game-related. But for game-related businesses, it's 5%. If you're over 1 mil. Actually, very agreeable. Very, very agreeable. Like, if we... I think the Frostbite engine is not licensable, but they do license it on occasion. But Frostbite is Battlefield. But the Crytek engine is licensable. 5%. First 5K of annual revenue per project is royalty free. So CryEngine is 5% as well. Although I don't know how well Crysis engine is supported anymore because, you know, Crysis isn't... I don't remember when the last Crysis was made. Another engine where you could easily use it if you wanted to. Most game engines nowadays, like I said, are very, very, very easy to use. Very, very easy to use. It's something where it's almost identical to making a mod. So, people that think that this is some sort of, like, taboo, you know, voodoo magic going on in the background, it's not. They chose to use the shit engine that they did, and then they made a conscious decision. I don't think they got drunk and decided, maybe they did get, I don't know how it works this way, maybe they did get drunk and then choose to use it. Yeah. Playing HD2 with a friend, we're talking about the game engine that HD2 uses, what Arrowhead would use in the future. They could 100%. They could. I don't like. You just got here, so I basically just covered this already. Most game companies we talked about with PlanetSide 2, which PlanetSide 2 is a really weird bird. And back when I played it, I even said because they lost basically all their talent that could manage the engine, they basically ended up in a scenario where they kind of fucked themselves. The talent that made the original engine that is PlanetSide 2 works off of, and PlanetSide 2 is a MMO FPS if you're curious about that. The staff basically was gone, and the talent that could actually manage the engine was essentially gone, and they basically, the back end that worked on it was almost at a standstill, I guess you could say, with very, very little work fixing kind of like the broken stuff in the background, because it's something that's ancient, antiquated, and no one else is using it, because they made it themselves for their own game. In the case here, they basically made their own engine, or they basically adopted an engine from, I believe it was a Swedish company that went under, so maybe there's a little Swedish pride going on there, which, you know, we have that over here, made in the U.S., right? That one of those things. But at the same time, it usually comes down to licensing costs, but 5% is very, very amicable for a lot of companies, especially game companies. You can offset that in terms of costs that you're going to spend on staff that would now need to understand and know how to work your old engine over. The expertise to advance your old engine and make it a lot better is absent, or you have to hire it in. And you could factor that into your costs of sales, right? Which is 5% royalty on your sales. You can make a cost argument based on whether or not you want to hire talent to keep up your old engine, or whether or not you want to transition to a newer engine that is supported, like Epic will actually work with you on advanced features and things that need to be done in the engine that it's not currently capable of, because it adds to their asset, which is the Unreal Engine in the first place, right? Even though you're licensing it, and I would even say there's less pride involved with it because it's not your own work sort of ordeal, right? And I just talked about basically game companies often that license engines are basically just glorified modding teams is what it comes down to, because they're very, very easy to work with. But I don't know any of their intricacies of their old engine, and I don't know how much it would cost them in terms to transition to a new engine like the Unreal 4 or 5 engine. But the Unreal 5 engine could 100% do what this game's doing. It does Fortnite. It can 100% do fucking Helldivers. There's no way that it wouldn't be able to do that. There's absolutely no fucking way that they wouldn't be able to do that. And that takes a lot of the issues out of the way too, which is like cloud hosting, for instance, right? That was a big deal when they added that, so it makes it very easy to spin up dedicated servers for Helldivers 2 if they wanted to do it. I don't know how the back end works in this game, and it seems like it's very complicated because it seems to use a peer-to-peer compute cluster. As we've talked about before, it seems very complicated how they're working things out in the background, but it's all to avoid dedicated servers from the looks of it. So, yeah, I don't know, and you can tell that it's impacting basically the quality of the game itself, which I think is a lot to do with why we get the erratic difficulties that we do, because we're reaching some sort of limitation of how, like, the computers that are combined have to be able to host all the units and all the interactions that are happening in the game, and we must be reaching some sort of limitation where it legit can't handle it, and there's no way to weed out like the shit boxes so I can get a better experience, right? You're just gonna end up in a game with potatoes, and then you're gonna find out at the end you have 700 combined kills, which means basically nothing happened the entire game. And then you're gonna have another game where you have 1,800 kills, and it plays out completely fucking different because you're both playing on Diff 9. For some reason, this Diff 9, it's like a walk in the park, and this one's, hey, this is kind of hard now, right? Yeah, so everything in the background is probably very complicated for the game, and I don't know how much it would cost them to transition, because I don't even know enough about, like, no one talks about transitioning between game engines. That's a pretty rare thing. Most game companies, because it's such a big deal, will just stick with the game engine that they have. They'll just sit in their shit and, you know, just like paddle downstream as it goes, and then maybe when they make Helldivers 3, they'll, you know, change to a new engine, right? Could they potentially do it? For sure. 100% they could do it. But it's internal, like, it's an internal argument that they themselves have to have with themselves, and assumedly they made it when they made the game. Unreal 4 was not, like, they had agreeable licensing terms more than a decade ago at this point. So, like, it was well within the scope of development of Helldivers 2. So, they decided at the time to use the shit engine when they made it, and now I assume they had the technical expertise in the background to deal with the issues that they're encountering. But I don't know if they just don't have enough talent in Sweden or what's going on. I mean, they didn't hire me, so maybe they don't want to hire anyone outside of Sweden, so just saying. I'm getting paid in super credits for my consultation fee. You know, I don't know. I don't know exactly what Arrowhead's thinking. They haven't talked about it. Game companies in general do never talk about the transition between engines, or if they do, it's very loose. They'll just say it's like a major undertaking, and then they don't really elaborate on it at all. I really have no idea. It's something you have to be on the inside to even know what's going on. But my guess is there's a lot of custom code in Helldivers 2 regarding the enemies and how they function, which is, bots are pretty simple. The bugs have a lot of interesting behavior, which is also what makes the bugs really fucking cool. So, I don't know. Or something like, not even Unreal Engine, there's also Unity, but I wouldn't go to Unity because then you don't have support, right? Yeah. They do, and there's a marketplace for games. There's a marketplace for game assets, and as we mentioned before, when game companies go under, they oftentimes will sell their assets on the marketplace so you can license them, or just basically buy them for your game, which is definitely a revenue stream too in and of itself, right? But there's a lot of benefits. 5% of your sales, well, it could definitely rack up to a lot of money. There's also a lot of benefit you're getting from licensing someone else's engine. It's not like 30%. Valve, on the other hand, takes 30% of your sales. That's a ginormous chunk of your money. That's a huge chunk of money. And I don't think they're on. Are they even on the fucking Epic Store? Like, there's a lot of other distribution platforms that you could legit use that wouldn't cost nearly as much money. I don't know why they aren't on every distribution platform. That's not like a Sony thing, is it? I don't think it's a Sony thing at all. It's just they don't want to be on Xbox. Like if we go Epic Store, Epic Store fees, selling a game fees, 12% commission. This is like talking about kick stuff, guys. So, yeah. So Epic, on the other hand, which is what it was, it's still been a while. For the Epic Store is 12%, and then it gets you more eyeballs too. Why aren't you on every fucking game store? I'm on fucking every streaming platform because I can be. And it really doesn't hurt me. I can sit here and maybe get a couple more viewers from a different platform, and it's no skin off my back. If people want to watch me somewhere else, they can. I have nothing against that. I'll stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, TikTok, everything. And it's no skin off my back. I don't know, unless there is some sort of problem with these platforms and how things are going around in the background with Sony, I don't know why you're not on here, because then you basically make 88% of your sales. Now you compare this to 5% royalty fees, and it's a completely different ballgame, right? Because it's on a different platform. Yeah, it's not even close in terms of your percentages, your earnings, your revenue. Yeah, it's Epic. It's like I mentioned before. Epic supplies you with a lot of knowledge, not just in documentation and examples for games that you're working on, but you can actually talk to their staff, and their staff is obviously extremely knowledgeable in what they're doing. Epic's a long-term fucking company, and with a well-supported, basically, pinnacle, I would say, of the game industry engine right now. There's also Crysis, and Crysis engine isn't anything to sneeze at, but it's not the Epic engine, right? Can you even license a Frostbite engine? That's kind of a cool one. I don't think they want to do that. DICE loves keeping their shit in-house. It would be possible to license the Frostbite engine. Oh, it's proprietary to EA. The in-house engine, so you can't license it. Sony's a small owner of Epic Games, and both Epic and Sony work together on various projects. I did not know that. I would think there would definitely be something to be had in the future with Arrowhead and Epic. Yeah, like I said, it just all comes down to what Arrowhead wants to do, to be honest. And like, if they're having issues right now in-house with the engine that they're working on, especially this early in the game, and there's a lot of stuff they want to do but they can't do. The Better Divers Guide is a lot of stuff that they could do but haven't done. It definitely should be something they're looking at. The idea, by the way, guys, of combined missions or having missions with more than 4 people is a big deal, and that's definitely something that would make you, if I had a goatee, not a goatee, if I had a nice long mustache right now, I'd be going like this, right? The idea of being able to have open-ended game modes later on that could be combined into themselves, their engine might just explode. Like, they've kind of had some cool things. If you guys haven't noticed, the physics have been improved in the game. They try to add, like, lighting effects and stuff like that, and they're trying to optimize it and such. So they definitely have some, I played PlanetSide 2 for 2 years. I know what it looks like when the game development company has absolutely no fucking idea what to do with their game. H1Z1 I played for 1.5 years as well, I believe. PlanetSide 2 is 1.5 years. H1Z1 is 2 years of my streaming career. Or is it the other way around? It's one of the two. Either way, H1Z1 uses the Forge Light engine because Daybreak Games, the game company that made, which was Sony, by the way, it was actually Sony. It used to be Soe. Which is funny, we're literally going full circle at this point. They had the Forge Light engine, Daybreak Games split off of Sony, and basically became their own company. They made H1Z1. H1Z1 used the same engine as PlanetSide 2. It became apparent that they couldn't add new guns and items to their game because they didn't know how. Like, it just flatlined. We reached a point where they couldn't do new stuff in their game, and it was like literally watching the heartbeat monitor go beep, one of those things across the board. In the case of Helldivers 2, they've slowed down, but you can see there's a lot of weird shit happening in the background that is new and different. They've adjusted the tiles last week, and how their spawn, the procedural generation is something interesting. So there's a lot of custom code in the background that is operating. There aren't many games, older games, that are procedurally generated. That's kind of a newer thing, right? And it adds a lot of replay to the game itself. But whether or not Arrowhead can do that, like right now, I'd definitely consider doing that. And maybe even because there's a lull right now, it's something they should consider. I don't know how much time it would take them, and it's definitely not the same thing as remaking the game, because that's not true at all, because they have a bunch of shit and assets that are done, code, everything that they know they want to transfer over and how it works, and understanding they still have their assumedly. Maybe a bunch of people quit after launching the game, which was highly successful, but right now they have a bunch of staff and talented individuals that are still there and fresh, and it might be a good time to, nip it in the bud and move on to a newer engine. This might not even be on their radar. They're like, no, this works fine, I don't care. One of those things, right? I don't know where they stand because they don't talk about stuff, so it's tough to kind of hypothesize where things are internally working in their company in the background, because it's a black box, right? You can only go off of basically what's released and what you're seeing in the wild. But it probably would be a definite benefit for them to transition to the Unreal 4, more likely the Unreal 5 engine, right? And then being able to have a lot more options available to them, including staff. I don't know how it works, I don't know how the whole licensing process works, but they might even be able to basically work out some sort of deal with Epic where they help them port their game to Unreal 5, which would be like one of those things, right? Because if you ever notice, guys, even if you hate Fortnite, you don't need to like Fortnite, but even if you hate Fortnite, the fucking game changes drastically every fucking, and then they have like a new chapter, always changing. And like they do a lot of work in that game. It is completely different. It's why they're kind of a pinnacle. They're kind of a pinnacle for game development. They're literally leading everyone else. It used to be Blizzard way back in the day, and Valve, and they don't do anything anymore. Valve especially. Well, Blizzard does. Valve doesn't do fuck all. After the release of World of Warcraft, by the way, Blizzard basically took a gigantic fucking hiatus until StarCraft 2. It was like 5 years or 6 years or something. It's a lot. But yeah, it would. I don't know about HD3, because they're trying, I think they haven't given up on HD2 as a service, so, maybe they don't want to make an HD3 yet. Maybe they should just call it Helldivers. It would also be, by the way, how we talked about them because of the negative blowback. Basically, a bunch of shit just hit them, broadsided them, which was the Sony controversy. Then they slowed down development, and then they went on their Swedish vacation, which, I'm not going to say they can't take their paid time off, because they can take their paid time off, and they released a pretty fucking good game, but it was probably a bad time to take their paid time off, because we're kind of, we got, like, the boat basically can't sink anymore. We're in water where the boat can't sink. And we just kind of bottomed out. We're just sitting there. We're beached right now. Helldivers 2 is beached right now. It can't sink, but at the same time, it's also not floating. So, yeah. Might be a good time to put it in dry dock and re-release the game on the the Unreal 5 engine, which would be a major milestone. Like I said, I don't know how much time it would take them. But if they could expedite the work by using Epic as a resource, that would go a lot faster. There's a lot of fucking talent at Epic. But I don't even know if it's on the radar. The game is fresh and brand new too, so they might not even be eyeing up the idea of switching to an engine. But right now would actually be an optimal time if they find out there's a bunch of problems with what they're working with right now. And their game is very successful. They have a bunch of money that they can basically coast on for the time being, which they are doing right now. They have a bunch of money that they can coast on in terms of a game company, and they should be looking at the long-term perspective of their game itself, right? And we haven't gotten really any new models, from what I can tell. Like we're talking about armors in the game, hasn't really changed at all. Not like the not like the bonuses, but like models themselves. There aren't really new armors you can buy. Like Epic's releasing like new shit every week or something like that. It's just not there. I think they would too. But I don't know. Like, not let this, like, it's kind of a, like I said, we're in a weird spot right now. And then the whole community kind of, like, there's people that still really enjoy the game. It's pretty clear based on the amount of, it's easy to tell when a game's dead. And while there aren't that many people playing Helldivers 2, it's pretty clear there is a lot of engagement happening for essentially a dead game. There's a lot of people that still cover it. There's a lot of media outlets that still cover it. It's still very much on people's minds, even if it's not really, you know, there are a lot of people playing it. But some of the issues that they're having right now might just be fixable with the different engine. And it's not just fixing the current issues, it's looking at what they want to do with the game long term and what they want to add to the game long term, and whether or not they're actually capable of doing that with the current engine long term, right? And assumedly Epic's not going to go away anytime soon. I don't think they're going to. They printed a cash cow and they're going to keep milking that shit. So like Unreal Engine is definitely going to be around there. And if you're talking about like right now, they're already doing like 64 versus 64. You can imagine, you know how big the fucking Fortnite maps are. That's already a litmus test that you know that it's capable of handling what's in the Helldivers 2 right now, right? Number of mobs might be a questionable thing, and the behavior that the mobs can show. You know, different types of tailored behavior might be something that would be kind of weird. A lot of Horde games guys do not have tailored behavior for certain mobs. Maybe they'll have something kind of weird or custom. The bugs have a lot of weird animations. They do a lot of fucking weird shit in Helldivers 2. So I don't know in that regard, but there are plenty of options, and I'm sure even if stuff wasn't available in the Unreal Engine right now, Epic would 100% work to make a custom solution that would work. And I think honestly, this game, if it was in Unreal Engine, would. So if I personally was making Helldivers 2, right? If I personally made Helldivers 2 from the beginning, I 100% would have licensed an engine. And that's even if we got Lars, which is fucking fantastic at his coding skills, and he's going like one of those things in the background there. Even if Lars is fantastic at what he's doing, it infers a 5% sales infers a gigantic amount of help from a company that's much bigger than your own as a small company. And that is something you can't always put value on. You can try. You can say, oh, 5% of our sales, you know, we sold. How many copies did fucking Helldivers 2 have sold? $12 million copies. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, right? So even if you take 5% of 12 mil, which is what? 500,000, right? That's still probably absolutely nothing. And even if you pay your workers bonuses, that doesn't mean they're all of a sudden going to become new workers, right? But at the end of the day, Epic itself as a company is basically like you're taking this other gigantic fucking company that has a boatload of talent, which is tough to make in the first place, and you're able to kind of leech off of it. I don't mean that in a bad way. You have an amicable relationship with this gigantic fucking company that works in your favor because these guys are making Fortnite, right? Well, Crysis, on the other hand, while it still has the same royalty fees as the Unreal Engine, I would 100% go with the Unreal Engine because their in-house company itself also makes Fortnite, and Crysis doesn't make a Fortnite. They don't make a Fortnite at all. Crytek doesn't make a Fortnite at all. They make Crysis, and, you know, while it would work, these guys have a lot more going for them. That 5% means a lot more than the 5% over, you know, at Crytek, right? Even if the Crytek engine can do some really cool shit. So I don't know. This is entirely up to them, obviously, and I don't want to say that it's even been really. We've talked before about them maybe switching to the Unreal Engine, but it's kind of been in the back because it seems like they have talent there that can work on the current engine, but it really just depends on how much they want to do with their, you know, current staff, right? And where they want to go with it. And they chose to use the current engine in the first place. New bot unit discovered. Having spent a significant amount of time working with others, guys, I'm very much for cooperative projects when they're mutually beneficial. Amicable relationships are something that you shouldn't sneeze on because not only does it give you something as well as, you know, giving something back to someone else, it forms bonds and relationships you can then use in the future to help make more things that are better. So making big friends is also a big deal, especially being a big client of this company is a big deal, because then these guys might be there when you need them for something that you can't fix on your own, right? It's win-win, even though you're spending money on it, it's still win-win. Forming big connections in a big workplace is always a good thing for the most part, and I don't know, that's not to be looked down on either. You know, maybe someday Lars quits, he gets angry at Piltz because he gets angry at Piltz because the Better Divers guide had a better idea than he came up with, and he quits. Then all of a sudden you need some sort of talent that you might not have access to and I can't fucking code worth shit. Well, I can code, but not worth shit. You don't have any talent that you might, like you need access to, then now Epic, can do some of, right? And contractual work, depending on what you're, I'm sure there's a lot of back and forth on what you can actually do with their staff and what they're willing to do, and for a certain amount of money or something like contractual work, right? And you could actually make something really, really fucking cool, even if Lars quits because he hates me. Even if Lars quits because he hates the fucking Better Divers guide creator, there's still plenty of places you can go with it, right? I don't know, like I said, there's a lot of wins there, but it really depends on what they want to do, and I don't know, like, so for instance, putting aside much bigger missions, which we've talked about before, like in the Better Divers Guide, where we talked about making the ballistic shield, and I suggested having an adaptive shield in which basically it basically changes its shape essentially by angles you get shot by, and then extends itself to take up for an angle. That's something that would be very difficult to program. There's ways they can make more easily program it, like with the shield matrix you could do, for instance, spots that actually just turn into shields. But doing something like, let's say, the Crisis, if you ever seen the Crisis suits where they basically change form and shit like that, that's fucking cool shit, and that'd be honestly really fucking cool if a shield did that. I don't think they can do that in-house, but, it's something that I mentioned. And we talked about, I don't know if there's we didn't come up with any other name for them. They're called GPU particle physics or something like that, which is just like particle effects that are physics-based, which are also really fucking cool. That could be used for something like that. Your game would be built on perhaps the best gaming engine in the industry. Yes, it would. Even if there are other engines that are comparable, that's not something to sneeze at. And yeah, it would be like a lifetime support because Fortnite is not going under. Yeah, exactly. Probably not going under. Blizzard tries really, really hard to kill World of Warcraft, but it shows you once you become big enough, it's very hard to kill it off. World of Warcraft, the Blizzard devs really want that game to die. Shadowlands being a testament to that, but it's still there and people still play it. I still play it. I don't think it's ever going to die. But, maybe they'll decide to close the servers one day because they don't have enough sales, which would be hilarious. But it's not really going that way. We've basically reached a point, it's a weird thing to say, guys, but we've reached a point in like kind of the world where like corporations are just too big to fail. And if they do, it'll probably be a sellout. So another company would basically buy up Fortnite or World of Warcraft, right? Or specifically Epic, like Activision did for a little bit. Blizzard. Activision bought for a little bit, and then they bought themselves back out for a little bit. So it's tough to ever say that, like, Fortnite's ever going to go away, because I doubt it is, and Epic Engine's never going to go away, because I doubt it is unless something really big happens. That's like a forever engine. I would say that you're more likely to see Arrowhead go under and disappear than Epic to go under and disappear. The engine will outlive the game, and that's a very weird thing to say, but in terms of game companies, Arrowhead is most likely going to go out of business much before Epic goes out of business, and that's not something you can, like, there's always going to be support staff there for the most part because it's earning them money. And they have their own cash cow, which is Fortnite, to work on. And, Paragon was actually a pretty cool game, too. Even though it didn't take off and they canceled it for multiple reasons, it was pretty fucking cool in and of itself. A lot of MOBAs that people just don't like because they're different from League of Legends and Dota, unfortunately. Yeah, the Epic engine, the Unreal Engine will 100% outlive Arrowhead. No, 100. I mean, unless something happens to our country, and even then, the asset would probably get sold off to somewhere in China. Epic, the Unreal Engine, will definitely outlive Arrowhead. So, like, it's not going anywhere. Just from a production standpoint, a game company standpoint. So, Like, that's something that's very difficult to quantify, right? You like, so they have a game engine right now which is already outdated, and the company that owned it basically went bankrupt, and now they have to do what they want to in-house with it. And while that allows them a lot of flexibility and, you know, leeway, and they can do whatever they want with it, they have to do it. So this is a kind of a really kind of cool in-depth topic matter. It doesn't really always come up, but there's plenty of games that I've played on in which it's become an issue, PlanetSide 2 being a big one, H1Z1 being a big one, where I've talked about it extensively when it happened, because there's other options that are available. PlanetSide 2, on the other hand, transitioning to an Unreal Engine from PlanetSide 2, the Forge Light engine, would be extremely difficult. Could they do it? Probably, but it's not like Helldivers 2 is pretty straightforward. As far as the game goes, there's still a lot that they have to do, but it's not fucking PlanetSide 2. PlanetSide 2 is an MMO FPS, like I said, and there aren't many cases of 128 versus 128 in a small little area happening in the Unreal Engine. Oh, there you go. Got him! That's usually an issue when something's latched onto you in this game, by the way. It's an issue when something is controlling your physics, and then something else adjusts your physics at the same time. So if the ship's locked onto you and something's forcing you, like when the dropship drops it, the tank, and something's actually making it move at the same time, it does a really weird physics jank out that can happen to your character too if something's controlling you while you're doing something else. And you start flying all over the place. For the first time in months, the automatons are vulnerable. They sure are. A meme. I see. Can't unsee it now. Yep. I mean, if you discount depth, sure. Good. Okay. Let's move along, guys. We're going to get out of the Better Divers Guide, out of the podcast here, guys. Not going to add another entry tonight. As I mentioned, I think we're going to take a break at some point here. I don't know what we're going to play, but I think we're going to take a break. It's a good time to anyways, because I'm basically milking the shit of Helldivers 2 when basically they aren't releasing stuff, and, you know, it's... yeah. I should have taken a break at the beginning of July when I heard, but I'm stubborn, and also at the same time, I just generally don't change gears very easily when it comes to games I'm playing. Mainly because I like playing something, and just, like, I like enjoying playing it basically regular. I like having a regular game. Okay. Switch categories, guys. Let's get into the Helldivers 2. Yep. When we talked about the licensing fees just now, they actually have a separate section for non-games. Yeah, we've seen it when we watch. We haven't watched. We haven't covered the tubes in a while, but we used to watch the B1M, which is fantastic. Learning about different parts of the world and infrastructure involved in them, and a lot of stuff there actually uses like architectures using the Unreal Engine. They have spread out much beyond just gaming. It's like NVIDIA doesn't make just gaming GPUs anymore, right? They definitely have. All right. We're gonna check out the bugs, and then probably play bots tonight. Last night bugs were fucking bad. Last night bots were also bad, where we're just getting one-tapped, which isn't fun. As it turns out, there's no way to actually not get one-tapped when it's not like some sort of telegraph. You just die. As it turns out, you just die. Oh wait. Alright, let's see. Shredding with the autocan, oh my god. I love having my own cheering section. You're amazing, man, you're the best. Thanks, man, I appreciate it. No problem. Oh. Okay. Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. And thought gone. Well, topic matter is gonna talk about, and then you just praise me and it's gone now.
The enemy is attempting to seize one of our planets. We must join the defense.
No idea, guys, what we're gonna play outside of Helldivers 2. I don't know if I even want to go back to Overwatch 2 now. Obviously, we just played Quick Play, which is a good to do. A lot of cheating in that game, but probably one of the best cases of cheating not really mattering. We could start on our League of Legends arc. Possibility. Like I said, we're definitely going to come back maybe on next War Bond or maybe every other War Bond or something like that. I do go back, like, once again, we're due for going back to Riftbreaker because they released a DLC last month.
The Turing system.
Haven't done that either. Another Horde-based game. Pretty cool one, but that's a 3 to 7 day excursion as it goes.
Jump complete.
We do not actually have Scatter, however, and we do have the Emancipator as well. Let's see. Really, always enjoy fucking the plasma grenade launcher, guys. Just, let's go back to normal HEs. Good to do. I don't know. I mean, switching to the Unreal Engine would definitely be a huge milestone if they ever did that. There's a lot of advantages to it. It's not really something like I can see them doing it, but I also can see them not doing it, so. And more than likely will not, as opposed to doing it. People get attached to their engines, they realize how much work it's going to be, and then they keep adding to their current engine, which then just makes the work worse. They just have a powered down suit over here with samples and didn't even bother picking up the fucking samples back here. Alright, let's go do the objective. I really hope, like, so, drops, guys, for this game, I think, would be a huge deal. And maybe I need to start, like, I need to reorder my list based on, like, priority of stuff that I think could really help the game. Hey, bud. He just want pets, guys, don't worry about it. But for instance, drops would not only... I hope they do it when they release the Luminate, at the very least. Get people in the doors. And they're not hard to do. Making a cape, making some boots, not hard to do. They don't need to add stats or anything. Oh my god, it's across two. It's across two different ones.
Alpha, 1, Bravo. 2, Alpha, I'm on it!
It's cherry Pepsi, guys. All they had was normal Pepsi.
I'm on it!
Buy the 12 packs, which were expensive. You want to do this? Because I'll leave now. Did we prompt the AI? Let's go do the Thief then.
Orbital inbound!
Yes.
One step closer to mission completion.
Dropping a pin.
We're being the adult guys. We're doing adult things right here. But anyways, like, we keep circling back to the whole going to the Unreal Engine because I think it could definitely help their company. I don't know how much problem they're having with the current engine.
Dropping package.
Despite actually having a relatively competent programming staff. Oh, hey, bud. But if the amount of bugs they still have is
Package report. Dropping package. Calling in reinforcements.
data point on that. They're having some issues, so
Bug outpost spotted!
definitely could help them out. So EMS, there's an explosive. Oh, napalm's over here. Okay. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna leave, because now people are over here doing shit. Oh, that guy's gonna put a burglar round in, despite there being good rounds there. We're gonna leave now and go do the stalker nest.
Dropping package! Package acquired!
I have 5 good shells there, guys, and we're gonna get a fucking EMS shell in it.
Dropping package! Package acquired! Throwing grenade!
I mean, I go across here all the time.
Calling down a sentry!
Yeah. He tried to pathfind. He tried so hard.
Calling down a walker!
If only they had flow field pathfinding instead of A-star.
Rare sample acquired!
Even Unity has flow field pathfinding now. Alright, let's go back across and pick up the samples the other guy dropped and he didn't go back for.
Calling down a sentry!
We have corrosive bugs.
Requesting air support!
No. Very juicy.
Requesting walker!
Fuck are we?
Got a sample!
What is this? Something? The new POI.
Have a taste of democracy!
New POI, guys. It's like a non-POI POI. So occasionally you'll see decorative POIs that don't have anything at them, and they aren't listed on the map. It's a new one of those.
Sending in an eagle! Have a taste of democracy!
Good shit. So HEs are obviously more beneficial on bots, but what we were encountering last night with the frag grenades was we usually run into a lot of meat. And it includes big heads as well as the little big heads, the brown guys. And obviously the HE works better. HE works better on those units, as well as obviously corrosive bugs and ticks if you encounter the biome with them on.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Reinforcing.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Worth.
Calling down a sentry.
Go do the gen. We're just gonna run across the entire map because our teammates are doing the other stuff.
Marking location.
So let's just go across the map.
Sending in an eagle. Sending in an eagle. Requesting sentry. Requesting air support.
Kill the Joel barrels. Always Joel barrels there.
Requesting sentry. Rare sample acquired. Calling down a sentry.
The big head there, but we aren't gonna wait around for that. Got places to be. We're out of side objectives, so.
Requesting orbital.
Be waiting on primary after the teammates complete the large nest over there.
Requesting air support. Requesting orbital.
I guess in terms of limitations we've seen with the current engine, they did say that the reason that they can't have multiple mechs in a map is because of something to do with the old engine. So there is some sort of weird technical limitation there or something that we have potentially actually already seen.
Calling down a support weapon.
Identifier.
Requesting sentry.
I don't know beyond that, because they had to pretend like it was actually in the game for a little bit, but then they took it out, so. I don't actually see there being a problem with having both Patriot and Emancipator from a balance standpoint.
Requesting air support.
Democracy's on its way.
One moment, please!
Get some! Get some!
Oh, that's so lovely! It's actually pretty amazing you get 5 fucking cluster bombs. They're not even, like, weak. Even though occasionally they can do dumb shit. You get 1 every 22 seconds, guys. Crazy. Oh, he was too close. Alright. Exploded all over me. I hate when that happens.
Requesting air support.
Good shit. I mean, that's also what he said, so...
Engaging terminal.
Good, good. I'm transitioning you to the dark side. It's only a matter of time. Whoop.
Freedom never sleeps. I got the terminal.
File Titan?
Engaging terminal. I got the terminal.
You do not have the butt plug either? Well, they're slowly making their way over here. Probably by the time they get towards the ICBM pad, we'll already be done with this, and then we'll all meet up at the ICBM pad. Which is still late, because I have to go over there and just basically wait around. Only down 6 lives, by the way. Boop.
I'm on it.
Here, you guys can have this, too.
Sending in an eagle.
Unleashing democracy.
For the ICBM.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Eagle 1 leaving combat
You
zone for
mad?
supply. Now that's what I call
Sample
liberty.
collected.
For crowd clear, guys, but we're waiting, so. Garbage? By the way, as far as I remember, Fortnite also has issues with higher fire rate weapons and hit registration, which this game has issues with, which PUBG also has issues with.
Bug tunnel breach.
Not uncommon.
Requesting air support.
Some of their faster firing weapons still had issues with hit registration.
I got the terminal.
No idea what causes it. Something to do, I'm pretty sure it's something to do with tick rate.
Got a sample. I'm on it.
I still don't understand why I can't
Engaging
announce.
terminal.
I can't announce which locks are still locked, by the way.
I got the terminal.
Oh, there's that.
Sending in an eagle. Rebound.
Well, that's convenient. There you go, start spinning. Basically, now we just sit here and wait. Shoot at bug holes. Like I said, it has to be some sort of limitation. So we talked about cloud compute capacity, right? Of everyone that's basically your compute capacity of your peer-to-peer node here. So everyone combined here is controlling the units, and I assume that's the only reason that we can only have bug holes in one spot. Is some sort of limitation of the engine and saving like resources, CPU cycles in the background. So it's pretty clear if they all attack from one side, we're going to be able to pretty easily handle that, right? Let's actually go south. The other guy I'm pretty sure is looking for super samples. I don't even need to shoot stuff right now.
Tagging map. Southwest. Calling down support weapon. Sending in an eagle.
Don't spit. Don't spit. Gross. Another cosmetic POI. This isn't related to the launch site, by the way. There's nothing here. This isn't a POI, but it is a POI. It's a cosmetic one. So it's a module that's on the map. Special module. That's new. Another new one. But it's not actually something where there's like samples there or anything. They're in like cosmetic modules in the middle of stuff.
Sample collected.
Anything there? Let's go to pad.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Happy Sunday, guys. Hope you guys are a wonderful start to your work week. Oh my god.
Supplies. I'll take it. Supplies.
Go southwest through the side here, and then we'll go to extract. Yeah, so as far as like technical limitations, put aside that it's old and antiquated, it's stuff that we've seen that they can't do, is bug holes are limited in terms of how many they spawn and where they are, as well as the number of mech suits that you can actually have on the map itself. Seems limited as well.
Got a sample.
Other than that, I mean, we run into sound bugs. A lot of games with sound bugs, though, so... not really anything outside the ordinary. When there's too much shit playing in the... in too many channels, and then they lose sounds. Sounds get clipped, or don't render. But you have to have a priority system. Okay. Butt plug must be northwest. In the group of 3. I thought Orange was going to go over there, but he didn't.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting walker. Calling an extraction.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Dropping a pin. North. 300 meters.
Super samples are, if R4 is looking for them.
ETA, T-minus 1.
Like, I don't care, because I'm maxed out, but if he wants to find them. Might also be south of the artillery in the southeast of the map. I'm not fucking running back over there, though, so... Diff 9, guys, just stand around. Yep. And we'll see a Bile Titan. Saw one. Ah, I love red difficulty. Step on me. Oh my god, do I get to shoot at things? I love shooting at things. And there's a guy literally shooting over my shoulder with a mech. Oh.
20 seconds.
Move out of there.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Requesting orbital.
Oh my god, there's a charger, guys! I get to shoot at a charger. I shot a charger, guys! Wow, this is amazing!
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Heavy, west, close.
Oh, that's not good.
Calling in reinforcements. Calling in reinforcements.
Let you guys know when I actually need it. Is he not going back for his samples? What's going on here?
Calling down a sentry. Walker. Objective located.
Yeah?
Requesting sentry. Heavy, southwest. 50 meters. Calling down a sentry.
He was literally right next to the butt plug. What the fuck's going on here, guys? Like right adjacent to it. It was one of the three.
Sample acquired. Reinforcing.
Actually, weirdly enough, it's surprisingly difficult for some people to like just ignore enemies. I don't know why.
Calling down a support weapon.
I think it wouldn't be, but it is. Hey, bud.
Orbital inbound. Requesting air
Is he now
support.
looking for his samples? There's no way.
Requesting
All
air
right.
support. Sending in an eagle. Get go. Get go. Let's go free. Freedom forever.
Yep. Don't even need my help, guys. That's why we're just sitting here. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete.
I should have just ran up there in the first place, to be perfectly honest, but I thought he could do it. I had faith, I believe.
Today you've gone
Heart was in the right place.
in a long climb to liberty.
If I actually ran up there when I marked it, or even just prior when I was looking at it, like we would have been gone like a minute and a half ago, 2 minutes ago. 3. You guys. Really do much of anything, but, you know. Boost the morale just by arriving. Really makes you realize kind of like how much the difficulty is like self-inflicted, in which people just don't go places, not even because like you have to fight off mobs or something. You just have to be cognizant enough to actually accomplish tasks. Is it just like life? Is it just a life thing? You have to just go places. Was it like 1,200 kills? 1,100? 1,000?
All these samples.
Okay, well, that was easy mode. Well... Sample size 1. Easy mode 1.
The struggle for managed democracy continues. We have no time to waste.
They trying to take Meridia? There's no way. No way. No way. Where are they even coming from? Yeah, I guess they can spread from a planet that isn't under our control. That's something, if true. Although we're gonna take Meridia, or take Turin pretty easily. Ness? I think Nests are only defense. Bro, liberate. Nope. One.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Greetings, Helldiver.
Initiating
Hey.
ATL jump to the Akamar system.
How's it going, man? Akbar? Hey, bud.
FTL jump successful.
Let's see.
Hellpods
No
prime.
scatter.
Mission coordinates locked.
Off we go. We'll probably play bots here tonight, guys. Last night's bots sucked, though. They're just a lot of, like, at the end we were just literally just getting insta-killed over and over again, which was not fun. As you can imagine, like, full stims, and I just peek out, and nothing hits me, and then I die. What the fuck is that? Hey, bud. You're in a great place for me to throw a fucking cluster bomb. That's gonna kill him. He'll understand, right? He's not gonna understand that. Extremely juicy. Once again, it's actually pretty remarkable. You get 25 fucking cluster bombs at the same time. Or, not 25 cluster bombs. Using my CPU cycles. No. You get 5 cluster bombs every 2 minutes. The cluster bomb every basically 22 seconds for the most part.
Engaging terminal. Supplies. Say hello to democracy. Supplies.
Yeah.
New man. Calling in reinforcements. For prosperity.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
You have some spice going on here, guys. Woo! Okay.
Requesting orbital.
I just caught them in my arms, you know? It's just open my arms to the wonders of bugs. You know, I've mentioned before, guys, it would actually... Did you throw a 380? Okay, dude.
Ready to
Okay,
liberate.
bro. Okay. I don't want to be a data point for your license. I fucking hate those rocks too, bro. Yeah.
How about a nice cup of liver tea? How'd you like to
It's kind of funny because I just turned off frags, right? And frags would be fantastic. Frags aren't good for the brown, little brown guys, and then the big heads. Oh. Those were all scripted hits. Alright. Where the fuck's my shit now?
Democracy has landed. Throwing grenade!
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Did I not drop my fucking stuff?
Magnum!
Requesting tap. Requesting advanced weaponry.
I do like when the enemy units are in desync and I can shoot them in the air without hitting myself. That's kind of nice.
For prosperity!
Got to be very careful of. Pretty sure this is ready. It's not ready.
Reinforcements.
Requesting air support.
That's for you. You guys. My stim's rolling. My stim's rolling. I can make unsafe shots. Holy fucking shit.
Heavy. East. 50 meters.
Got through him.
How'd you
There
like
you go.
a taste of freedom?
God.
Mag's empty.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I wish you could fire shots while flying. Well, you can't. I just died to a friendly mortar.
Reinforcing.
I just died to a friendly mortar, guys. Shit.
Northeast. On my position.
Joining the fray.
Good evening, Yini and Akko. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Hi, hi.
Calling in reinforcements.
Let's see. At some point here...
Sending in an eagle.
Okay, that's not going to hit him. I'll be using my grenade pistol opportunistically more than I'm currently doing. Lots of fucking...
Sending down equipment package.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Fire the hoop.
Sending in an eagle.
Bug out, folks.
Oh, don't hit me! Don't hit me!
How'd you like it?
It still hit me.
Not today.
Jesus fucking Christ! There we go.
Sending in an eagle.
We might have to leave, guys. This is actually pretty hairy.
Get down.
That somehow hit me. I don't know how that hit me. Oh, no. 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 I just died? My stim was running, by the way. I just died from my
Joining the fray.
my laser dog just lobotomized me while I was rolling around on the ground. So I survived hitting the ground, but then the laser dog hit me and killed me.
Democracy has landed.
You guys missed what was going on there.
Grenade.
Which, I think we're gonna have to run away. We might actually be in survival mode right now, unbugged, which is kind of ridiculous. You fucking 380 in the middle? Yeah, you just fucking throw 380s down at his feet.
Calling down a sentry.
No. 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 No.
For prosperity.
Damn. This guy lost his pooper too, which is not...
Calling in reinforcements.
Requesting air support.
Back this way. Someone shot this guy's pooper out thinking they're helping, and all they did was hurt things. Don't shoot up poopers ever, guys, unless you intend on finishing off the Bile Titan you're shooting the pooper out from. Don't do it. It makes them much more difficult to kite, guys. Where the fuck's my shit now? It depends on what kind of hunters you're playing against. No! I need my stuff! I need my stuff! Don't run the way with my stuff! Different units do different things. They all aren't for just killing you. Hive guards are defensive line. Someone found a fucking stalker nest. Like having a bunch of different units in an RTS game, they all don't do the same thing. They aren't good at the same thing. Hunters are good at getting kick damage on you. We just had someone rage quit. We're leaving. I'm leaving. We're going somewhere else, guys. This is a spicy seed. I like this, but we need to better deal with the situation that's going on right now.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
In a way. Normally we only need to do this with bots, but a lot going on there. Go away. There's different types of hunters too. There are the normal hunters, which are relatively, you know, they will chase you down, they will attack you, but they're relatively chill. Then you have alpha hunters. You have alpha hunters, which will attack you very aggressively. They'll chase up to you. You can tell them apart because they run at you super aggressively. Actually, let's just go to the other hive. They run extremely fast. They jump around a lot, and they will, like, usually just instantly just jump at you, and they usually tick damage you too. And they will keep attacking you almost relentlessly. Plus your teammate. Oh, let's try to save it, guys. And then there are flankers. And the flankers are extremely rare, but they'll come around from behind you at about 120 degrees for your backside. And they're usually rare. You'll get maybe like 1, maybe 2 per squad. One, maybe 2 per squad. And they act an awful lot like alphas when they start attacking you. Okay, here's another one. A lot of really, really fucking aggressive alpha hunters right now. Another one here.
Request approved. On its way now.
No, we don't want them going through the walls.
Hellbound arm, clear the area.
So wait a little bit to make sure nothing attacks it. Also make sure I don't kill myself. Oh, we're dead! Not dead. Good. Yeah, alpha hunters, depending on your biome, depending on how aggressive Joel's being, you don't really see them often anymore, mainly because Joel turned down the difficulty a lot after Reddit bitched about it. But alpha hunters are the ones that really, really do a number on you. Like, hunters, by the way, the normal hunters can turn into alphas at any points. They generally don't. But when you get an entire squad, like, full of alphas, it is extremely difficult to deal with it.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
As you guys were seeing earlier, that's probably about half the squad was alphas. And each one of the squads of hunters, about half of them were alphas.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Bug hole, on my position.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Hive guards absorb a lot of damage. Big heads absorb a lot of damage too, by the way. Lots and lots of fucking alphas.
How about a nice cup of liver tea?
You also see, for instance, there's different types of big heads too. Like some of the big heads will always, like you see the two little brown guys spawn out of it. Sometimes you'll get hive guards that just do that every single fucking time, and then other times you'll get hive guards that never do it. And that determines an awful lot on how tanky they are.
Engaging terminal.
Is based on whether or not they spawn those 2 brown guys. Because if you get like 3 big heads, and then each one of the big heads spawns like 2 of the little brown guys, that's a shitload of meat you have to shoot through, and not all of them do that. It depends on, once again, how hard the biome is you're playing in, and Generally, games have been pretty easy against bugs, so they don't do it. Joel's playing too safe after Reddit complained, and Diff 9 got nerfed because of it.
Sending in an eagle.
There's no fucking way. Oh no. Dude, I wasn't on the edge of that. Did we get hit by an outlier? There's no way. I should have been outside of it. But yeah, anyways, it's like an RTS game. You can't compare units to units as in they all do the same thing. And ideally, which Joel gets better at sometimes, ideally the different units will complement each other and help each other out, much in the same way of an RTS game. You know? Sometimes, like, you'll see the Hive Guards, like, take up a position and, like, to try to maneuver around a backline, like if you play, like, football or something like soccer football. Or even just US football, same shit. You have your lines and people interact with each other in the same ways. That guy's a fucking alpha. Being really fucking annoying.
Get some! Get some!
By the way, I'm not against the game being hard. I actually prefer it being hard over just easy mode games we've been getting. But, obviously, not everyone's that mine. I'm dead. And I died before my stim got off. Once again, a lot of extremely aggressive hunters. That's a shame, because I actually want to play this more, but we can't play this. If we just lose here. So, I don't know. The hunters you have to deal with when you get the alpha ones, you gotta deal with them immediately or they'll hit you for tick damage, and then of course just uses up your stims. So even if they don't seem like the biggest threat, they 100% are. You gotta look for the behavior of them jumping around, acting all hippity and hoppity. Hippity hoppity. This guy's getting hit and not taking damage from some things. I don't think the other guy notices that though. What happens with desync? Good. He did actually just get hit this time, though. Other guy. So once again, if you notice the Biletine's pooper shot out right now, that guy is 100% easier to kite if you know what you're doing, if that pooper's still there. Is not. I do too. And if you guys look at my Better Divers guide, one of the entries on it is for challenge progression, so drastically increased difficulty, and obviously difficulties we can't even accomplish, as a way to try and better yourself in the game, make you feel better basically about playing the game itself. And obviously things like titles, rewards, accolades, pieces of armor that look cool based on your achievement level. And it could be a ladder system too if they... I don't know why you did that, but... Could be an achievement system too if they wanted it to be. Really hope they go that way. I think one of the problems with the game originally was the fact that everyone was playing on Diff 7 to begin with. He might be dead. Not today! Everyone's basically in Diff 7 in terms of the bell curve, and they're so close to Diff 9, they just wanted it so bad they got everything nerfed to play on Diff 9. But if there's like Diff 30 in the game, and you know people are barely hitting 20, then people don't feel bad about not playing on 30, right? Or 20 even. It's just because it was Diff 9, everyone's like, I gotta play in Diff 9, the game should allow me to play in Diff 9 no matter what. It's kind of crazy, by the way, back in my day when this game first came out, it wasn't uncommon to have to kite Biletines constantly, right? And that means you become better at doing it. Like, this guy should have options to kill the Biletine right now, but it doesn't look like he does. Like, eventually your 500 kg is going to come up and you can take care of it. That guy got hit by both the charge and the butt bump. Okay. Christ.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Thus,
Reinforcing.
we're potentially, even if we get this, we're potentially going to run out of time as it goes. Which,
Deploying reinforcements.
I wanted to help that guy out. We couldn't move. Right.
Point me to the enemy.
Let's see. Oh, that's not good.
How about a nice cup of liver tea?
But
Requesting air.
no! Fucking another alpha hunter. You get stuck in your fucking animation column, it makes things very difficult.
Sending in an eagle.
Democracy's on its way.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? I got the terminal. Requesting air support.
Here comes the cavalry.
Engaging terminal.
Can't move. Luckily they let up, because there's fucking no way. There's absolutely no way we're fucking doing this.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Calling in reinforcement.
There is no way we're doing this with that giant blob that's fucking spawning. Got his leg and didn't do anything. Apparently he died anyway. You can hear him. Hear all the fucking chirping? You hear the chirping and the happy sounds? It's 100% alpha hunters. It's all alpha hunters. We're just going to go to the next objective. I'm not going to do the side objectives at all. We're going to run out of time. Bro. Alright. Bro. Liberty? We're gonna ignore patrols. We're gonna play this like bots, guys.
Someone withdrawing to rearm.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons you can't use the flamethrower. Flamethrower needs to go on the Better Diver's Guide. It's one of the reasons I don't use it, because it's likely you're just gonna kill yourself with it. When you play against hard enemies, it's actually... We've talked about this before, guys. When the game is too easy, it is very hard to tell what actually works and what doesn't work. And you lead to a lot of people like recommending railguns against bots because they played it on Diff 7 and it worked. Even if it doesn't work, it clearly doesn't work on harder difficulties. Oh, fucking shit. You also get fucking, like, even the... Oh, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? He fucking, like, ground pounded in the middle of his charge. You can't do that. Hacks! Hacks, Joel! Hacks! Hacks!
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
I can't call him in. Good fucking shit. Dead. I can't call you in. I don't know why the mission didn't end. Well, I mean, this is actually a pretty good match. Like I said, I wish I could just play this biome again. I can't. Like, the really shitty thing, guys, about this game is the inconsistency. The inconsistency of missions. The shittiest thing about this game is the inconsistency of difficulty of missions. I would love to play that fucking mission again. I can't play that mission again. I don't know how to do that. So we went from our game earlier where I was just laying around on the ground because I didn't need to do anything to that, which that clearly was a very difficult mission. And, like, I just can't go and do it again.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
I run railgun on level 9. It's awesome when you get bile spewers.
Innocents perish with every wasted second. We must act.
I'm okay. I really, if you think the railgun, I mean, if you can use it, sure, right? But it is not anywhere close to a lot of other weapons in the game. It's not remotely close. So can you potentially run it if the difficulty is low enough? For sure. And that's exactly what I was talking about.
War rages on.
We just reached a point where you can run railgun and diff 9.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
I mean, I was responding to you too. Railgun sucks.
FTL
We ran it against
Clock
bots.
system.
It's not good. If anything touches you while you're trying to fire it and you don't time it properly, with the head bob, you just miss your shot and or you explode. So
FTL jump successful.
I don't know.
Hellpods prime.
We're not talking about the same things. I played since launch and the game was drastically different. The railgun used to be drastically different too. It's not good either. It's not good. It's usable. If the difficulty's low enough, it's usable. I would agree with you, it's usable. But you can use you don't even need to use stratagems if the difficulty's low enough, so I mean, and like let's say you're playing against bugs like what we had just now, and you're trying to shoot off the leg plates on the charger while getting into 90% charge while it's charging at you, and other chargers are charging at you, and you're getting hit by hunters. No, you're probably not making that shot, and if you do, like, it's still not great. It's just not. These guys died a lot. Let's go pick up the samples. Well, there's nothing to do with the gunships. It's just not good. It doesn't matter if you, like, AMR is better than it, beam cannon's better than it, the HMG is better than it, and what it doesn't shoot through armor plates anymore. You're down. Oh no.
Extraction is available.
Yeah. We're talking about different types of hunters or different types of big heads too. So we talked about the guy that spawns, like, they'll spawn the little brown guys. But there's also big heads that will charge you a lot, right? Like we got the one last game, and those also are really annoying to deal with. Along the edge. Okay. We go get ourselves some sample collection. Well, I mean, you still have to take care of the charger, too. If there's enough shit, it's like a never-ending stream, and then you have to prioritize different targets, and you can't just shoot the hunters at all times. Try, but there's just a shitload of stuff, and you have to weed out the chargers, too. They don't build up, and then you have a bunch of chargers mixed with bile tines, which then gets really, really hairy. I don't know, we just have, like I said, the game's too easy, and if it's too easy, then people think stuff works when it doesn't work, and the only way some people, like, you can figure it out isn't through me telling you about it. You have to experience it yourself, and then when it doesn't work, you'll be like, oh, this sucks. So, I don't know. And then against bots, the autocannon is just infinitely better. We tried the HMG the other night because we had a guy that was really animate about the HMG, and the HMG sucks. It's like, you could do the same things with a Dominator, and then take an autocannon, or a beam cannon. You guys are leaving everything behind? Why these are in the ground, but get that one. It's down too far. Let's go through the north side. Well, the weird thing is there's some people that think it's close. Like, they're like, no, the AMR is basically the autocannon. And you're like, no, it's not. No, it's not remotely close at all. It's not even remotely close. But like I said, when things are too easy... I mean, bots aren't even that easy, right? Like, people just think things work when they don't. They just... But a lot of people look at guides, I suppose. Guides and tier lists. But then when the guides and tier list tells you Incinerator Breaker's like super S tier, people are like, oh my god, that's so great. You guys know how often you see me use Incinerator Breaker? Never. Could I use Incinerator Breaker? Sure. But I don't think it's that much better than everything else. And then you lose out some of the benefits from using like the Plasma Grenade Launcher, right? I believe this is in a hole too. Here shortly.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Yeah.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
We have stims? No, we don't. We don't have... No, we do. We do have, stim juice.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Travel mode, guys. Who needs vehicles?
This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Support. Rare sample acquired. Orbital inbound. Sample collected.
Everyone? Yep.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
All I did was pick up samples.
Beginning ascent.
For the bots, there isn't a list of big things that work on level 9. If you're talking about primaries, I'd generally agree with that. There's a lot less. But in terms of stratagems, you can still use the AMR. You can use... I don't want to say it. You can still use the AMR. You can use the beam cannon. Explosives do kind of work, but not as well as pointy things. AMR, HMG... Beam cannon, that other thing that starts with the rail, but rail isn't anywhere close to the other three, and then autocannon's above everything else. Yeah, it does. It works. If it's easy, anything works if it's easy enough. Anything works if it's easy enough, which is part of the problem. I don't consider anything S tier unless it's broken. And I don't think there's really anything that's S tier right now except the autocannon against bots. And against bugs, it's like B. So, it requires a lot of finesse. And ideally, I'd like both of them dropped. So, it should be brought up to A tier against bugs, and then drop from S tier to A against bots. Or everything else needs to be made better against bots, 1 to 2. 13 kills.
Destroyer has left
18
squadron.
samples! I extracted more than everyone else. Fuck yeah. GG. Dominator, though, still works. I mean, Slugger still kind of works. Against bots, that is. Scorcher, Plasma Grenade Launcher, Tenderizer. I haven't messed around a lot with other things outside of it, mainly because I just use autocannon against bots now, and then you just need stuff to fill in the gap, basically killing the fodder units.
The bridge is yours, Helldiver.
Everything well.
Take us to the fight.
Allied destroyer coordinates received. Mission coordinate. Allied destroyer.
I don't think you need
has
peak
joined
physique to use
squadron.
autocannon, if that's what you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about
Engaging
Dominator.
orbital thrusters.
AMR is great if you need the crutch or running a shield. The weird thing is about bots, we've talked about this a lot, is I used to run shield extensively, and after swapping to the autocannon... Scatter? No. After swapping to the autocannon, I seem to die just as much without the shield as I do with the shield. And I'm not exactly sure what that means. I think there's like a modifier for the bots where they just become much more accurate the longer you're in open, and then they kill you.
Hellpod launch
And there's almost nothing you can do to stop it when it happens. DCS is your favorite against bots. What is DCS? Yeah. We talked about it a couple different times. It's not really even. I think I heard a stalker just now.
You are the best of the best. Live up to your name.
That was a weird jump, by the way.
Requesting tap pack.
Freedom requires firepower.
It's some sort of modifier, you just die. There's just like a death modifier. And putting aside, like last night, for instance, we're running into it a lot, which is just which is we just got one tapped constantly. It's like sometimes it's a 1-2 tap, and other times we legit actually got one tapped where it just died at full HP from a Hulk. Not talking about not talking about.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Very annoying. See, like hive guards do shit like this, right? They just go fucking stand in front of. There's a lot of cool things they could do, by the way. They don't currently do. Like they could act like a goalie and start waving their arms around or something like that if they wanted to.
Sending in an eagle. I got the terminal.
No, I wasted too much time. Why the fuck did you throw a 380 in the middle of where we're standing and defending? Revoked 380 license. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? What possessed you to do that? Go do the radar now. Go do the radar. He's using the He's using the fucking laser pistol.
Got a sample.
But either way, like certain armor types should help you survive. But it actually just seems like if you are in line of sight long enough, you'll just die. They've added modifiers to like the small units too, where if you're ignoring them too long, they'll actually just take like 60% of your HP.
Engaging terminal.
Bots are very kind of gimmicky, scripted. They kind of changed it a little bit where they weren't like that, and they just do tick damage to you, which I actually liked a lot more. And then they went back to kind of the one-tap system, which is you just die out of nowhere. Yeah, it's a meme. It started here. It's 100% started here. We talk about the three things in the game that you should be required to have a license for. And if you TK with them, your license gets taken away. That includes TKing yourself, by the way. One is a 380. The other is the cluster bomb. And the last is the incinerator breaker. Incinerator breaker, it's not about killing your teammate. It's about setting them on fire and forcing them to use a stim. And even if you do the artillery right away, even if you survive, it still takes like half your HP, or more than that, which means that you're probably going to be in one-shot territory, which you can't be on Diff 9. If it's too complicated, people just won't do it, so it has to be simple. That's the whole reason I suggested a one TK point system.
Package dropping package.
Things are too complicated, people just don't do them. Gotta kiss it, you know. Sometimes complicated systems are good, depending on what you're talking about. They need to be explained. Other times it's, you know, 1 TK equals, not one, you lose points, right? Multiple TKs and you lose your license. Which includes killing yourself, so you have to be safe with yourself as well. You are technically... This guy is still following me for the radar.
Requesting air support.
Very needy, Biletine. Like an ex-girlfriend. He's soft aggroed to me right now. Oh, is he fucking off?
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldivers.
He used to just follow you and then aggro to you. Like hard aggro. And we got a Yahoo on my...
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Got a Yahoo on my... Seif? Fortunately.
Calling in reinforcements.
We have left.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Got on EMS. There's a smoke round. Where's the other one?
Sending in an eagle.
Another round here somewhere, guys.
Sending in an eagle.
Where is it? Oh, there it is. It's on the other side of the wall. I've never seen that before.
Dropping package.
Got 5 explosives. Nothing exciting. Too close. Well, it's not normal. Getting one shot isn't normal. It's like usually like a 2-tap. I used to bitch all the time about the 2-taps, mainly because it's not fun. There's no way to dodge getting 1-tapped. You just die, right? If there are one-shot mechanics, which there should be rules governing them, which there are in MMOs. Telegraphed attacks, for instance, all green tips. Telegraphed attacks, sitting in the fire circle, stuff like that, right? Hey? Hey, boy! Hey, boy, I got something to you. Fetch! In terms of behavior, by the way, it'd actually be pretty cool if you see some of them run after the fucking ball like it's a ball. Hilarious. Let's go to the other nest.
Right on target.
Vitality is a go-to. It is the one perk that I'll always take, no matter what. Over everything else in the game, if no one takes it. I think a lot of people don't, because it's like the first perk you start with, but it's really, really needed. Especially if you're running light armor. Getting a broken leg is not something you can deal with easily. Aw, you're all alone over here.
Out of ammo!
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective
Calling
critical
down
stratagem
supplies.
no longer available.
Yep. I hate it. I always take vitality. What are you talking about? Someone else?
Reloading!
Second would be Stam, which I think would actually be different if you have, if you're playing on Dagobah, I would actually say the muscles is better.
Rare
Stam is.
sample acquired. I got the terminal.
Dink-a-dink-a-dink.
Reinforcing.
Vitality is a great perk. At least for me. People can take what they want. I'll always take Vitality.
For prosperity! New mag!
Oh. Excuse me. Right here. One right there. Ha, you missed. You know, that guy was just like circling around me, but that guy was getting really aggressive. Very different.
Requesting air.
And there. Nope.
Say hello to democracy!
Enemies down, baby.
Last reload! My life for Super Earth!
Catch him on the edge right there. Good. Nope. Nope. And kill. Muscles and snow, I mean, that's a little bit Dagobah. The Dagobah, which is what we're playing on right now, isn't just like muscles, like it isn't just like the slowdown where you get like mud. There's all sorts of roots and shit you climb over that slow you down and stop you. And light water. You actually slow down a shitload when you're running in here. They definitely have some sort of scripted hit system with the hunters now, where sometimes they're just guaranteed hits on you, which is really unfortunate. That's for you guys. Oh, this is for you guys too. Yeah, it's all for you guys. Jesus Christ. Alright.
Calling in orbital.
Very juicy. But
Get some! Get some!
as always, people are entitled to their own choices, though, right? So if I take vitality all the time, you know, it doesn't really matter if someone else doesn't take it. Another fucking alpha hunter. Fuck you, bitch.
Engaging terminal.
A lot of them. That one mission, though, guys, we got was glorious. That was fucking phenomenal. And this still isn't even that last mission. Cheers, man. Yep. Yep. That guy legit just almost killed me.
Down a walker.
Which, he got RNG lucky, so.
I got the terminal.
That guy legit got RNG lucky. Or I got RNG lucky. You know, depending on what way you want to look at that. D4's dead. I was like, okay, is he going to survive? I guess. Well, I guess the mech absorbed the no, he's dead. The laser rover crutch like shield against shield against bots. Well, I mean, I think autocannons crutch against bots. So, I mean, there's that. Shield pack used to be required against everything. Well, specifically against bots, and then against bugs. I was running the shield pack for a solid month against bots. Excuse me, against bugs. But they got so easy, now I don't need to do it. Shield pack is still incredibly, incredibly powerful. It's just you don't need it. Which is weird because people complain about the difficulty, but they won't take the shield pack, right? They just want to go pure offense glass build and be fine with it.
Reloading. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
But laser, I don't think laser's meta. Like, you don't need to have it against bots. Bugs, it's just nice to have. And it used to be a lot stronger. Laser pack as it is now is actually a lot. They didn't just... They didn't just reduce the damage on it. They also tuned, like, you see it take more breaks. You'll see it act a lot stupider. They made the AI for the laser shield, like the laser dog, a lot stupider. So... it has a lot more downtime than it used to be. There aren't many options in terms of offensive packs, though. Like, the recoilless is pointless because the EAT is just, or the Quasar is just a lot better than it, so I'm not going to take the fucking recoilless. If they did the changes I suggested the recoilless, I might consider it. Yeah, there's not really any other offensive shield pack to use, or offensive pack to use. The air dog is broken right now as it stands. It spends a lot of time, like, it's out of ammo in like 45 seconds. That's what she said. No one wants to be out of ammo in 45 seconds, you know? Well, it's not the end-all be-all of all stats, as I mentioned before, guys. You can just, if you want a rough estimate of how easy the game is compared to what it used to be, just look how often you fail Helldivers on bugs, right? Obviously, that's just a generic stat, but... what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you? Very... yeah. I mean, some of them... so, like, there's definitely big heads that get more aggressive when they take damage, right? That guy was very angry. I've legit had big heads, like, once or twice that will just not stop attacking you.
Last reload.
Oh, is Laser Dog gonna do it for me? No. Like I said, I wish we could replay that biome from earlier. None of the pack weapons are worth taking against bugs, though. I would if there was, but there really isn't anything there. The autocannon sucks against against bugs. If only he had flow field pathfinding, he wouldn't be doing that. 45 seconds. I hope not.
Sending in an eagle.
Hope that's not what she says.
Requesting air support.
Very laggy. This should be fine. It might hit the tree. Oh, we're good.
Right on target.
Shit.
New man. You will never destroy our way of life.
See my airburst cannon, guys? Pew, 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 pew.
Tunnel breach.
And 5,000% less likely to TK you. Airburst is on the Better Divers Guide for suggestions for things to improve it.
Bug outpost spotted. Last reload. Reinforcing.
Pick up some of this. That is definitely not what I want.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Oh.
Calling in a hell bomb. For prosperity. Last reload. Rare sample acquired.
A lot of stuff here. Excuse me. Hey, bud. Where the fuck did you... That's not where we want to be.
Hell bomb on. Clear the area.
No. No. And unfortunately, we are out of resupply.
Calling in reinforcements.
This isn't looking good, guys. Mainly because that fucking hunter's running around soccer. Let's see. So someone somehow triggered the fucking stalker from across the map that I'm nowhere close to.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Christ.
Sending in an eagle.
No!
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Found another one.
Requesting tac.
I didn't even want the Emancipator. I just wanted something to sit in so I wouldn't die.
Reinforcing. Reloading.
I just wanted the extra health from the Emancipator. Oh, fucking hilarious. I don't know, we ended up with fucking hunter stalkers way over here, but we did, somehow.
Fire in the hole. Requesting air support. Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
There we go. It blew up my Emancipator already. Hey, bud, you want head pads? Boop.
Sample collected.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I just fell down. I just fell down. That's not where I want to be. Shit, nah, blow up. Okay. Let's see. I guess we go to extraction. Alright. But even though this is more difficult than normal, like, we still have half our lives left. So. But yeah, no, I don't think the laser dog is, it's not something you need. It's nice to have, though. And it just scores extra kills.
Sample acquired.
There's no other offensive pack, though, so. Air dog sucks dick. It is on the Better Diver's Guide.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction request
Throwing
confirmed.
supply beacon. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Oh, I really wish I could redo that fucking biome from earlier. That was great. Got him.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
By the way, I don't think we're doing good because we have the Emancipators. I think this is just, once again,
Sending in an eagle.
like, there's a reason we don't play with, like, I don't host games anymore, is because we always get fucking SEAL Team 6, and SEAL Team 6 makes the game very easy.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute.
Still over there using his laser pistol. Everything works, guys, if it's easy enough. Every fucking thing works. Maybe he's doing a challenge.
Get some. Get some.
Even like I mentioned, I think the hardest difficulty games we had against bugs, or the best, not hardest, the best games I had against bugs were during the week of Meridia. So right up to the Meridia event, which was on a weekend.
New mag.
And those games were fantastic. I couldn't use the plasma grenade launcher because there's too many enemies. They're too aggressive, too agile, and there's too many of them. I ended up having to use the spray and pray. Which we haven't seen since.
10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Shooting fish in a barrel, guys.
Pelican 1 landing in progress.
Hey, there's no way that they actually can get near us unless they spawn and like they basically tried flanking us. They don't. Not anymore, at least. Do you even get any bug holes here at the end? There's one.
Preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Because you aren't really getting pushed up against a wall where you have to take it. It's going to get you more kills because it's an offensive item.
A long climb to liberty.
But, like, do I need to take it? Not really. Like, I actually, you know, like, die and I have to work around where Lazy Dog is aiming so I don't get lobotomized. Not that it completely offsets it, but it's not really... not like something you need to take. Lazy Dog, like I mentioned before, used to be much, much better. That's when they nerfed him for 30% damage. They also got, it was like, I think the second to last major balance patch. They also adjusted his behavior so he has more downtime now. Stuff that they don't put in the patch notes. Not as good, sure. It doesn't matter. Like you said, you can use a railgun against the bugs, so... I mean, if you're using the railgun against bugs, you don't really need to take the fucking shield. You don't need to take the Lazy Dog. Look at a new Illuminati. See how pristine his armor is? If only he was a better Helldiver. Not many kills. It felt much more aggressive than that. Not many kills, though. There wasn't really much in the way of meat there, either. Like a bunch of heavy units.
Welcome aboard,
Just a low kill count biome.
You can never have too many heroes fighting for peace.
Yeah. I don't know. Playing against bots, however, like I said, I used to religiously take the shield backpack and say everyone needs to take it, until I played with the autocannon and realized that I usually don't even die that much without it, comparably without it.
The war is as good as won.
But that also might be because I can take care of threats and there's less running away, so I don't get shot in the back constantly. But maybe not.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Liberty's enemies march ever closer.
Ah, good stuff.
Initiating FTL jump to the Akamar system.
Akbar.
Jump complete.
If we make fun of anyone, scatter. Ruh-roh. Ha ha, this guy has a real cannon. Ha ha. Well, it doesn't mean he's probably going to die to it. It does, however, mean he has a 5-minute cooldown that's an oh shit button that could potentially just hit a hunter instead of a Bile Titan, so, you know. That's kind of a thing. Oh, you know what's worse than a precision strike, guys? In precision strike. Ooh, ooh. So we have this guy here with a precision strike, and if it hits off target, because the radius is so small, it basically does nothing. Oh, that's weird. Shame. Alright. Negative feedback complete. People think they're making fun of them, they generally change their behavior, so. Which is true, by the way. Precision strike, if it's off target, literally doesn't do fuck all. Hey guys. He's here! He's here! Notice how they called the bug hole the moment I arrived? Notice? Yeah, they noticed.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldivers.
Calling down a support weapon. Calling in orbital strike.
But like, for instance, if the bugs ever got hard again, and it actually thought it was a problem, I'd be taking the shield pack like I used to take. I don't need to do that. Shield pack not just gives you a bigger life pool, but also makes you immune to CCs, which oftentimes kill you. I found a stalker nest. Why is one of the... I think they spawn with, like, the holes closed sometimes.
Mag's empty.
Yeah, that's the second time we've seen that, where it looks like the nest is untouched. Where it looks like the nest is untouched, but one of the holes is closed, which is weird. I guess they can do that. What was that? You guys see that? It looked like something slithering on the ground. Is that a hole? No, I think that's from my plasma grenade launcher. I swear to God, I saw something slither across the ground and go on the ground right there. Might have been a graphical glitch, though. We've already seen the worms. Hey, bud. Can we get a picture? Thank you. Oh, didn't pop the armor for some reason. A lot of shit here.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting air support.
Maybe it's just Akbar. Like, some days I think like it's a planet, and then I realize it's not the planet. The Crooks is like the only planet where there's kind of been a thing.
Last reload. I'm on it.
Thanks, bro. I really appreciate you putting down a minigun behind me on a corner. Very useful. Very, very fucking useful. Good for you. Whoops. Oh no, your minigun died. That's weird. Crazy. What's going on there? Okay. Also, by the way, we found a railgun user. In the wild.
Bug outpost.
I just...
Throwing grenade.
Did orange just spawn behind me? Right. Got some weird shit going on here, guys. It looks like someone picked up the plasma, my Punisher, which I mean isn't that far-fetched, but then that guy just appeared out of nowhere. Trying to figure what's going on here. Let's see.
Live structure destroyed.
We had a guy yesterday flying in one of our games and just like spamming quasar shots, so.
Critical stratagem available.
Yep.
Requesting orbital strike.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Reloading. Bug outpost spotted. Sending in an eagle. How about a nice cup of liberty?
All right.
Engaging terminal.
Done and done. So that nest up north, that guy closed is a question mark on the map now, red question mark.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Bug tunnel free.
Why the fuck are you looking over my shoulder? Go away. Good. Help!
Sending in an eagle. Requesting sentry. Activity.
Reinforcements have been launched.
You will never destroy our way of life. I got the terminal.
Not sure exactly what happened here. Good. Alright. I guess we'll go over and grab the guy's sample, then we'll go south.
Tagging map. Southwest. 200 meters. Tagging map. East. 200 meters.
Explains how the guy, Oh, you don't say. Wow, it's almost like I came over here to pick up the samples. Thanks for pointing it out, though. Like I'm faster than normal?
Supplies. Rare sample acquired.
Somehow, someone managed to pick up one... If you guys saw on the right side, it showed one sample. I don't know how. It wasn't over here. So, as I mentioned before, guys, when you start having weird shit happen in your games, it usually means someone's cheating. Oh, grubs, guys. Usually means someone's cheating, and you'll see more of it. It just doesn't end. Go to the PY here, and then we're going to go further south. Actually, let's go to the east nursery over here. Oh my god, guys, 10 cents! Wow! Wow, I love my... Oh my god! Consultation fees, I love lurking for Arrowhead! Thanks, boss!
Requesting air support. Requesting walker.
Wowee! We're getting paid for our Better Divers Guide! Someone threw down... Why would you ever... So...
Requesting sentry.
This is a really weird thing, guys. Like, behavior-wise, is a really weird thing. So if you guys know, at the end of the mission, people throw down the resupply for supplies at the end of the mission, right? But why you'd waste a resupply prior to the end of the mission, I don't know. Like, will it be here at the end? Sure, but do people actually probably need that along the way instead of using it? Most definitely. So I don't know why people throw this down early at a resupply. I've seen that before. It makes no sense. Also, someone has to run over here to do it. Actually, does it spawn? No, there's no way it spawns with it.
Sending in an eagle.
Like, legit, someone ran over there and threw down a resupply at some point. But no one's been over here, so who the fuck did that? I have no idea. Unless it spawns there, I'm pretty sure it doesn't spawn there. Good. Guys. I assume they're going to spawn him by his body. I mean... don't know why his friends aren't spawning him.
Calling in reinforcements.
Goes. But usually people want to be spawned by their body guys. If they wait long enough, they'll spawn them across the map, though.
Engaging terminal. Liberty, save me! Tagging map, northeast, 100 meters.
Or, charger AI shut off.
Bug tunnel breach!
Through his leg, shooting through his leg, shooting through his leg. Fuck that guy's doing. But stopping randomly.
Requesting air support. Have a taste of democracy!
Have to double back and drop in 500 kg here. Maybe we can two for these guys.
Sending in an eagle.
Nope. I just barely missed it. It's gonna hit the ledge. Fuck me. Oh! Still pretty sure it did damage to the Biotines.
Calling in orbital strike. Bug
No.
tunnel breach.
No. Nope.
Requesting air support. How'd you
I
like
think
to
that's
taste
a
of freedom?
threesome right there now. Is it a fourth Biotine? I think that's 4 Biotines now.
Calling down a sentry. Sending in an eagle.
Yeah, your friends don't even like you. You smell. Dead. That's not something you can do with fucking precision strikes, guys. Which is why you never see me running precision strikes, putting aside the efficiency using precision strikes. That was a 3-banger Biotine with 1,500 kg. Although the first one didn't kill anyone, so
Sentry.
just hurt one.
Have a taste of democracy.
Okay.
Calling down a support weapon. For prosperity.
Let's see. Lots of shit here. Hey, bud. But the precision strike is a bigger explosion. I heard it on Reddit.
Terminal.
No, he was too far away. What do you mean? What do you mean? I saw how far away he was.
Requesting sentry.
He just ran up behind me and did a jab attack. The fuck is that? He was just wandering around behind me.
Point me to the enemy.
What do you mean? You actually went and tested it. I can't actually tell if you're debating me at this point. With the 10% increased radius, did that make a huge difference? Like, did you have your friend, like, stand, like, slightly out of the radius and then record his distance? Make him stand further away. Reddit says a lot of fun things. There's a reason we cover Reddit.
Reinforcing.
Yeah. You did actually test it. There's no way the precision strike has a 17-meter radius.
Requesting air support.
Go away. Go away. Very spicy guy.
Calling down a walker.
Use you. Stop that. What do you... That's a very agile... Charger. Let's see.
Sending in an eagle.
Yep. There you go. Mutually assured destruction. Dead. Actually, I just live.
Engaging terminal. terminal.
Boop. I know it's actually done.
You have a
Yeah, I mean, reasonably flat. Like, rocks are obviously, like, if you set it right there, you pretty, like, even though it's kind of like a bowl shape, it wouldn't matter. It's like the bigger outcroppings, like, even that, I'd say actually matters. I still 100% don't believe the Precision Strike is the same radius as 500 kg. Nothing to do with the visual either. Precision Strike, when I've used it on lips and kited stuff around, it's like super fucking tiny. Like for killing like little blobs of enemies. Got that already.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Got a sample.
I mean, I guess we can try that. Like the one of the reasons I'm not using it is because it definitely doesn't feel that way when I'm throwing it around like 500 kg.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Have a taste of democracy.
So Precision Strike is 17 and 500 is 23.
Rare sample acquired. Have a taste of democracy. Requesting air support.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Marking location. Requesting orbital strike. Requesting air support. Never mind.
No. That is not correct.
Requesting orbital strike.
ETA T-minus
I mean, I just threw it in, it's backed up to 18 and died. I mean, if...
Has landed.
Okay.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Sending in an eagle.
Like 25 is normally what it feels like you have to be safe. Here's 20.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
No, that's incorrect.
Zone.
The first one was 18, the second one was 20.
Sending in an eagle.
Pelican 1 approaching.
In order to be safe with the cluster bomb, it's about 25, and then you get like, you'll get outliers that are further than that. And one Precision Strike, I'm pretty sure is like 15. No? I mean, if there's stuff under the snow, maybe. I don't know, but either way, like, it didn't even look right when I was sitting there staring it down. I knew, like, in my bones, I felt I was gonna die.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican
Other
1
guy
begin
died.
descent.
Okay, well, I mean, if you say you test stuff, that usually means you are confident enough at which point you're gonna start saying it's a fact, right? Precision Strike, like I said, probably maybe 18. It feels like 15. Like, just looking at the ground right now. I haven't played with it a whole lot after I got the 10% upgrade, though, so it could be 18 now. That would be more like 17. So it's like, you know, within error rate, right?
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
My bombs are bigger than your bombs? So radiuses are not, like, if you say like 20 and then you say like 20, let's say 23, right? A radius, the area, when you increase the radius on it, when you increase the radii of radius, it drastically increases the area. So the effectiveness isn't linear. It's not just like a difference of 10%. It's 10% for the radius or the diameter, but which for what you're talking about.
Destroyer has left
But it's in terms of actual
total
usability, it's completely different. Mainly because the area increases quite a bit. I just quit the game on accident. I meant to leave. It transferred ownership to me. Yeah, if you say you test stuff, that usually means, like, I was questioning myself then at that point, but Yeah, if someone actually, because I don't generally go and test stuff directly because it wastes a bunch of time. I find testing to be relatively unfun depending on what it is. But if someone tells me they test something, that implies a lot more confidence in what they're talking about than what I have, because I didn't directly test it. A lot of people, like, you know, completely putting aside you. I'm not trying to rag on you or anything, but completely putting aside what you just said right now. A lot of people say they test stuff, and, like, there's people that'll say they're running this game at, like, 300 FPS or some shit, and then all that means is they saw the FPS indicator at one point hit 300. I don't even run at 300. Normal planets I run about like 110, and like Dagobah I run at like 103 now, on average. But people don't cover averages. They look at like the FPS indicator and they just record like the max they've ever seen it go up to. Oh my god, guys! Wow, wow! Look, guys! Look, I can go on the bridge of my ship and I get 200 FPS. That's what I get in game. Look at that! Look at that! Right there, max FPS, guys, in Helldivers 2 for me. According to my very well done testing, is currently about 203 FPS. This is what I get at all times. I'm gonna go on Reddit and talk about it now. Oh my god, 200! You see the 200? 211! I get 211 FPS in Helldivers 2. You know, putting aside the fact that I'm literally staring at the ceiling on the bridge right now. I mentioned before that it feels as though the radius on the 500 kg is bigger when you increase or decrease your height compared to the 500 kg, which it shouldn't be, by the way. It should be a sphere or a cylinder, but that implies neither. I mean, now we're going to go and do this real quick, by the way.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Launch initiated.
But yeah, like when I was staring down that bomb at 18 and 20, it felt wrong. Both times when I was just sitting there staring at the bomb, it felt wrong.
All the galaxy looks to you for salvation.
Nice flat area.
Stand in the way of liberty.
Keep liberty.
23. There's 23. That feels about right. Yeah, so I survived to 23. Okay, so you said 8. That's in crater now. That feels really small. That feels like 12. Like you can just see the radius on it. Feels like 12. We're gonna leave and just rehost. Take less time than if I sit here.
You have it.
Coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
So I'd say 23 feels about right for 500 kg radius. And obviously, depending on the type of ammunition, depending on the type of thing, will determine whether or not, like, sometimes there's damage fall off as opposed to just taking straight damage.
Hellpod launch initiated.
That's what she said. Ho 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 ho! No, it's faster relaunching than it is waiting for the cooldown. Don't join my games, guys. I'm not here to play around with you. If that's what you're doing right now.
The shadow of neither death nor tyranny, for justice is your cause.
Firing orbital strike.
Okay, I'm still safe, right about there. So 12 meters doesn't kill me, but I got hit by it. The 500 kg literally just fucking killed me. Okay. Don't make me private my games, guys. I will. kind of doubt those are just randos, but maybe they were.
Let us.
Coordinates locked.
So you can survive at 13 meters against the precision strike, whereas at like seemingly the edge of the radius on the 500 kg will kill you. So I mean, just talking about damage fall off, that matters too, right? That's the difference between like enemies surviving and dying. Which then is something else you'd have to test. Like, this is all just, like, feels exactly the way it feels in the game. So at 13 meters, I survived against the precision strike, even though I was hurt for, what, 2/3 of my HP? Which is very much the way it feels in game. When you use it against enemies, I can have enemies on the lip on a ridge, and generally, like, I can make out the radiuses of stratagems just based purely on where they're... like where they're dying and where things are getting hit and getting staggered from. Probably like 22. So you said 23 earlier. I think 22 is still too far. No. So 23 is safe, 22 is not. And that's instant death. At 13 I was still, well, I did take damage. I was
Democracy has landed.
I do have the 10% upgrade, by the way. Right about here. I was still alive at 13. Let's try 13 again. 14 I survived, but also lost 90% of my HP. So 13 might be death. It did say 13 earlier, though. Yep. But wrong about the orbital, and it's not 18 and 18 and they aren't the same, so... Once again, radius matters a lot.
Mission coordinates locked.
Yeah, I just survived at 14, so if I can survive in light armor at 14 at 90% HP, I mean, we could try and close it a little bit further. It tells you basically how little damage basically enemies are taking with the fall off. Let's try 12. 12 is probably going to kill me, though. Damage fall off does matter, too. And the 500 will literally just kill everything in its radius. Not remote. This is exactly the way it feels in the game, is what we're seeing right now, so.
Hellpod launch initiated.
And by the way, this is why I don't like testing stuff, you know, besides off the cuff, is because it just takes a shitload of time, and it's not really actually much fun. Besides just seeing that that's the way it is. But once again, there's a guy legit on Reddit that said the radius on the precision strike is bigger than the 500 kg. Let's go like right here. This is nice and flat. Try 12? 13. So I still survived with, I took less damage at 13 than I did at 12 earlier. There needs to be a sandbox mode or a firing range, and there isn't.
Purged of the alien menace.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
I'm not trying to test the 500 kg anymore. I'm trying to test the orbital, and we're trying to figure out the damage fall off in the orbital precision strike. 500 kg is done. You die, basically, the difference between 1 meter is death. That doesn't need to be tested anymore. All that I'm curious about is how close you can be and survive with the precision strike.
Launch initiated.
So you can survive at 13, which we did twice. You can survive at 14, which I did once. Let's try 12. So it is basically like half the radius, and area matters a shitload when you're trying to kill units, because that's a circle around the units that are going to die. Which can be a highly dense area of units. Might be right here. So 12.
Orbital strike incoming. Found something.
12 kills you, but you can survive 13 and 14. So, for the same instant death for 500 kg at 22, you die at 12 for the precision strike. So it is drastically different. And I'd say that's actually is probably 10 meters to begin with, and the upgrade boosted it to 12. So there might be some rounding going on there. Okay, I gotta take a piss, guys. And that's a huge difference, by the way, which is exactly the way. We're back, guys. I gotta take a piss 1 second, and we'll play some more. All right. So, lethality of precision strike at 12 meters is the same as 500 kg at 22. You can survive... I don't know, precision strike probably falls off at 15 is my guess. But you can survive beyond 12.
Choose where to join your fellows in righteous liberation.
Back to killing bugs, guys.
We will cleanse this galaxy one planet at a time.
What is orcs? You guys can't use acronyms for shit that I never... Oh, rail cannon? I don't have a rating for precision strike at all. Precision strike sucks. It needs to be brought up. They buffed it, but it needs to be buffed more, especially the cooldown per shot.
Synchronized.
If you got 3 uses every 2 minutes, so a use every 40 seconds, I would still make a case for the 500 kg, because I can kill fucking 5 Bile Titans with one 500 kg, and I can't do the orbital precision strike. Or 3 like the last mission. Rail cannon is just cool to look at. It's an aim assist ability. There's a lot of things that do what the rail cannon does better, but they don't have aim assist. Aim assist is a legitimate thing for people that need it.
Go now, and fear the shadow of neither death nor tyranny, for justice is your cause.
The 110s fall into that category too. Stop it! Stop it! The 110s fall into that category now, where it helps out people if they're on controller or something. But like, for instance, the precision strike's better just straight up than the rail cannon. Assuming you can aim properly with it. You're essentially paying a premium for aim assist.
Requesting air support.
What are you doing? What are you doing? You're gonna miss it, Bile Titan! Oh, you got there in time. What a good Bile Titan. I shot out his pooper, apparently. Goes. Looks like these guys are done. They lost 5 lives? Maybe? They're just getting a bunch of hunters. No. I was hoping, because Akbar's been pretty active tonight, that we're going to see, more challenging biome. A really good games tonight have been on Akbar, so. But nope. As per usual, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the planet. Off the fuck. Are we playing WWE now? What the fuck was that?
Sending in an eagle.
Off the sidelines! Brr.
Calling in extraction.
There's prone matter for surviving, and most definitely does. Diving adds a bunch of resistances to your character that helps you survive immensely.
Sending in an eagle.
Always dive if you're in a shitty situation. Even if you think you're gonna die, dive anyways. Diving adds like a bunch of resistances to fall damage, explodes everything. Taking hits, everything. Just always dive when you're in a bad situation.
Reloading. Rare sample acquired. Throwing grenade.
God, none of the Yahoo Club just showed up.
Sample collected.
Laying down definitely matters too. So always test things standing up. Bugs aren't laying down,
Sample acquired.
usually. I mean, lasers is a different... Lasers like clear. It doesn't work well against large units. Lasers like clear and like building destruction. Another aim assist ability. By the way, some of the abilities look cool. We have the rail cannon on the Better Divers guide, mainly for changing how it... adding alternate mode, and then it should definitely one-shot like larger units, like the Dagu, Bile Titans. Everything should be one-shot. And that at least exists in the game right now. You know, it's obviously would be different if they add bosses at some point. But it's a 5-minute cooldown, and I can fucking get 4 500 kgs, more than 4 500 kgs. I can get 5 500 kgs for the same amount of time as a rail cannon. It's not even close. Yeah, it does. It most definitely does. If it's easy, but this is one of the problems with the inconsistency on Diff 9. We've talked about this, guys. This is one of the problems, is you think everything works when everything's easy, right? Because it will work if it's easy enough. Joel, this is why difficulty needs to be consistent, Joel. Joel, are you listening, Joel? Because if it's not, you have someone that thinks Railgun works against Diff 9 bots because they played it once and didn't lose. Alright.
Requesting air support.
This is Diff 9. You can see in the top right, it's kind of covered up by shit. You guys saw that. It 100% looked like he was just jumping off the top row off the ropes.
Victory was never in doubt.
So Spear is a weird bird. It's another aim assist weapon, and we talked about why people are so bent out of shape about it being broken for so long, which is they felt like they're cheated out of something that can most definitely help them win, right? Which, you know, that aside, the Spear kind of... It has downsides to it, too. Well, it works against, like, Bile Titans, for instance. Chargers, you need more finesse to use it against, and you can get easily overwhelmed by too many, like, Chargers, for instance. And obviously you can't use it against smaller units. Yeah, I mean, there was someone legitimately saying that, and earlier, I think it was Noob was talking about how it's usable on bugs, and... The Railgun sucks. The Railgun is on the Better Divers guide, guys. It needs a linear charge. It needs 80% for basically full damage, and it needs to charge twice as fast. So you can rail off shots. One of the biggest problems with the Railgun after they nerfed it, even though it was, you had to go charge it into critical territory, is the amount of time. It went from like 1 second charge to like 2.5 seconds, or 2 seconds. It's a lot longer, and you can't do that when you're literally trying to dodge death, things stepping on you, and like trying to get the shots off while things are going on. Yeah, you can sometimes do that. We were playing against hunters right now, in which I want to say people saw that on my stream because I was doing that because I use a plasma grenade launcher. I was doing that relatively regularly in the last week or so. Hunters, we've encountered like scripted hunters where they hit you no matter what, and you can't basically melee them.
Managed democracy calls for aid.
I don't know if that's a new thing or what, but it's been more difficult to melee hunters when they're doing that. Which is why I generally don't know. I try to dodge this side and then hit behind them instead. Railgun's terrible. For a lot of different reasons. It's like lining up 3 different things, 3 different variables to make a little bit of damage happen.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Uh-oh. Someone has the team kill weapon. Oh, it's the airburst gun. Why is my clone using the airburst? I don't know.
Orbit synchronized.
Idea. Quasar is I don't consider any other explosive weapon remotely comparable to the Quasar. Basically every other explosive is on the Better Divers Guide except for the Quasar. Quasar fires a shot. You can get off roughly 4 shots every 1 minute and 10 seconds, which is 2 EATs. And while Commando's a little bit better, the damage on the Commando's lower, and oftentimes you'll have to use more than 2. The Commando can't even one-tap a normal charger in the face. You have to use 2 missiles, which effectively doubles, like halves its missiles per minute, which is pretty extreme. Yeah, Quasar, there isn't any comparison. It's just better than everything else. Commando out of the box looks like it's better than EATs, but it's still inferior to Quasar. But it doesn't consistently do damage. The only case you can make for kind of the Commando is like killing fabricators. Having inconsistent damage is a huge deal. Because it's the difference between you being able to kill like a charger and you not being able to pop the charger armor. You can't pop charger legs with the Commando, for instance. It's weird because Reddit out of the gate said the Commando's really good. I was on stream, I used it for 1 game, and I said, no, it's not. It's like maybe better than EATs, and as we learned, isn't even better than EATs because of the inconsistent damage on them. Got a corrosive biome.
New mag! Reloading!
No, airburst sucks dick.
For super!
Oh, let's see. The airburst for a few different reasons. We have 4 different reasons that it needed to be fixed in Better Divers Guide. First is obviously the proxy range, and it's too big, so it's very easy to hit enemies that are closing on you when you actually are trying to aim for the swarm behind the enemies closing on you. And you can't do that. Leg? No, can't.
Rare sample acquired.
Terminate hive structure.
Grabbing the samples, or is he just running around over there? Grab some of them. The proxy radius on the airburst needs to be halved, so it's easier to thread the needle between enemies that you don't intend to hit and inadvertently kill yourself. Like, the memes about the airburst from launch day are still correct, which is it usually just kills you. It needs to be given a Quasar warhead, so at the very least it can do a Quasar worth of damage if it direct hits something, so you can use it in a pinch. What was the third one? Oh, you need to be able to reload it while running with it. Like you can with the Stalwart, even though the Stalwart doesn't have a backpack. The airburst itself is not that strong, and as such doesn't need to actually have the downside of...
Last reload! Out of ammo! Rare sample acquired!
Love to shoot that. Should we go northeast and pick up samples? I think we're going to. We're gonna get out of here. I think our teammates are fine. Let's leave. On the 4th one, which is optional, I'm a fan of weapons have alternate fire modes. 4th one is you should be able to shoot it up like at an angle and then it airbursts down, like in a cone fire, like the normal airburst. Has an alternate fire mode, so you can use it against mainly ground targets and be less likely to kill yourself with it. Grab the samples, we'll go north, they're probably going to finish the generator, and then we'll go up to the ICBM. Bunch of lives left, too, so... Well, it's not shooting further, it's legit just you hit things that you don't want to. Actually, I mean, they could do that. I don't really see any problems with that. There's a lot of downsides for essentially a weapon that amounts to a shitty cluster bomb. So for comparison, I compare almost everything in the game to Eagles, and I don't think Eagles necessarily need to be nerfed, with some exceptions to them. Like the Eagle Airstrike, I think is a very good baseline for damage. You get a cluster bomb every 22 seconds. So, yeah. You reload in 2 minutes, less than that, depending on if you have perks and doing something weird. But generally you get 5 cluster bombs every 2 minutes. And that is very, very difficult for anything that's in the game to currently beat. I'd actually say 5 is too high for clusters. Napalm should be 5, and cluster should be 3. It should reverse, because napalm's not nearly as effective as cluster is. But that aside, like, you're trying to compete with the cluster bomb with the airburst, and it's not close to it. Could say to use it on air flying things, but I don't think it's even good against gunships. And against strikes, you can just shoot them down with basically everything else in the game. Ah, he left ammo for me. What a nice guy. What a nice guy, guys.
Injury? What injury?
What a nice guy. What a nice guy. Thanks, bro. I thought my supply pack had ammo in it. Go take a peek up here. We'll connect with our teammates. One of the reasons you see me do lone wolf stuff, putting aside it's tough to actually cook when you got a bunch of teammates around running around like chickens with their heads cut off, is you generally don't need everyone to be over there anyways. It doesn't matter. Because the game's not hard enough on Diff 9.
Reinforcing.
Can't shoot within 10 meters of you. An active protection system. We actually have, like, the turrets are in the Better Divers Guide, and putting aside giving them charges, turrets are a very poor investment, by the way. You might think that they're good, exception being, like, EMS in certain situations for crowd control. Crowd control is tough to quantify. Yeah, like, you can get... Like, you can get 10 cluster bombs for the same price of, like, an autocannon. What was it, like 7? Not even close. And you're lucky your turret will get maybe 15, maybe 20 kills. Which is basically the equivalent of a cluster bomb once again. A cluster bomb. But anyways, one of the things they potentially could add to... turrets is an RTS view, so when you actually go to place it down, instead of throwing it,
Sending in an eagle.
when you throw it, instead of throwing it like a stratagem, it gives you a top-down view that you zoom out and you can place it in like a radius around you. Fastly place it, so like kind of a basic RTS overview, which then would allow you to put it on top of stuff, and while that sounds OP, it helps immensely with turrets basically team killing because they don't have the same line of sight, so they aren't shooting through the crowd as much. They aren't shooting through the crowd as much. Can also keep them alive longer, but it doesn't matter because they legit, even if they were invulnerable, run out of ammo super fast, and they only do so much damage before they die, before they run out of ammo. Go to the cluster, or excuse me, the launch site. We'll probably get here right when they finish.
Have a taste of democracy.
There's 8 other answers to easier difficulty in the game. If you ever feel like things are too tough at Diff 9, there's 8 other answers to that problem. So, Diff 9 is not one of the answers, by the way. This, by the way, is a very, very easy, very chill game right now. After they made it so... Dead. Not dead. After they made it so corrosive bugs don't... corrosive bugs no longer hit you with the same projectile. They become much less lethal. Oh, they didn't pop his armor for some reason. Dead. Dead.
Requesting air support.
Still working on the generator over there. I guess we had enough time to go north to the PY.
Sending in an eagle.
There it goes.
Democracy's on its way.
I just saw the Joel barrel.
I'm on it. Bug tunnel breach.
Doop doop doo. Doop doop doo.
Pretty dispensed.
Doo. Doop 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 doo.
Requesting air support.
Gotta give him line of sight.
Freedom never sleeps.
Ow. Pretty sure that hit him, so we got a bile tank that's taking more damage than he should.
300 meters.
100 KD definitely hit him. Not.
Requesting air support.
Hey, so once again, geometry can completely fuck things up. That killed him. Don't feel like you got hit by it. Most damage I've ever seen a Bile Titan take is 2 500 KDs and 3 Quasars to the face before it died. So.
I'm on it.
Yes, what's going on over here? Excuse me, pardon me.
Throwing ah! I got the terminal. How'd you like the taste of freedom? Engaging terminal.
8, 1, 3, 4, 3.
I got the terminal.
Oh. Teammate killed me. I'm very certain a teammate just killed me and wasn't the Charger. Did a teammate kill me or was it the Charger? No, it was a teammate. All that guys and a teammate killed me. Cool.
Reporting to the front.
Enemy patrol.
Yep. I don't want to say it's always teammates that kill me, but it's usually teammates that kill me. Almost always. Good.
Bug tunnel breach.
Gatling is decent. Gatling has hit registration problems. It looks really cool. Machine gun does about as much damage as the Gatling does. You don't think it does because it's a Gatling gun.
Engaging terminal.
It does. We figured that out in Meridia.
Bug outpost spotted.
Basically, Gatling gun kills a little bit faster than the minigun, or excuse me, than the machine gun, and it runs out of ammo faster. And now the machine gun is a lower cooldown. And even then, even with the Gatling gun, you can't get that many kills. It seems like it is because it's doing work, but it's not. You can look at the kill streaks at the bottom of your screen when it's happening. It's a very easy mode. Hell dive.
I got the terminal.
Alright. Actually, I don't think it does damage anymore, it just concusses you, doesn't it?
Freedom triumphs over tyranny once more. The extraction shuttle awaits your request.
Discounted reload? Yeah, this is pretty much easy mode right now.
Taste of democracy.
This is like a Div 7 mission.
Found something.
Location we missed. We'll pick up some ammo.
Rare sample acquired.
Pick up the samples. Hey, bud. Were you just taking a bath? Not something you do with the commando. That takes 2 missiles. EATs, it takes 1. Recoilless, it takes 1. kind of a big deal. Like, he was taking his mud bath, guys. Interrupted.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
I said we were going to play bots tonight, but then we had some really good bug missions, and now we're back to shit bots, or shit bugs, excuse me. Also, I need to stream more. I've got on really late today. That'll happen.
Rare sample acquired.
Always pick up samples for the kids, guys.
Calling in extraction.
Kids literally adapted their digestion system to eat samples.
Calling down supply.
Because that's what really matters in life, so. Notice how bored he is? This tells you how easy Helldive is. Look at this guy. He has his easy mode. And he knows his easy mode. Even if he's showing up for stream, he knows his easy mode. Nothing going on right now. Fucking be down here and wait, and it doesn't matter.
Requesting air support.
Like, you probably could actually just do this current mission with one experienced Helldiver, and it wouldn't matter. At the same difficulty you're at right now.
Sending in an eagle.
Oh no, Orange! You better save me! Oh no! This is the current state of Helldive in Helldivers, guys. Just give me ammo. There's no way. I think he gave himself ammo.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, you just got to go around and pick them up yourself. I do what, if you guys notice, I do what everyone else isn't doing. So I'll go and do side areas, which then usually gets my teammates to do what I'm doing. Then I go to the main objective, which then gets my teammates to do what I'm doing. And then we go and do the... It's basically a super inefficient circle, but it gets everything done. Oh no, guys. Ah! Helldive! Ah! I just like a character's playing Pocketball. I mean, he's bored. What do you expect him to do? It's an easy game. It's an easy game in real life. Hey, look, this other guy's not even doing anything either because it doesn't matter. Regardless of what Reddit says, Joel, Arrowhead, regardless of what Reddit says, I think it's pretty safe to say that this is probably not what you haven't had in store for max difficulty in this game. So, you know. Here, look, I'll throw a stratagem. I'm doing my part. Still safe, even if I don't move. Oh, we might be dead now. Forcing me to move! You haven't even seen my full power yet!
This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
We saw the one biotane. Yay! Hey, guys! Okay, everyone's here.
Preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Unless S3 somehow doesn't make it, which would be kind of hilarious and tragic at the same time.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Yeah. I mean, so I don't have any problem, by the way. I don't make fun of people that play at lower difficulties. You can play at Diff 1. One of the coolest things about this game when it came out was there's people playing at all different difficulties and still enjoying themselves. It kind of became like almost like a party game. And it's not that the game wasn't difficult at Diff 9, because it was. It's just people could pick, you know, whatever difficulty they wanted to and enjoy themselves. And then it kind of turned into everyone had to play Diff 9, and then they made Diff 9 easier, and now I'm sitting here laying on the ground waiting for extraction. So, you know, you can play whatever difficulty you want. Just please don't try to get my Diff 9 nerfed more again. Which is wild, because those games earlier tonight, you guys were here for them. Those games earlier tonight were extraordinary. They're pretty, like, I think we ran out reinforcements on that one, right? The nest? We ran out reinforcements. Another nest was relatively difficult too. And then we got whatever that was. I don't know. How it can sway, I'd say that's not even a diff 7, that's like a diff 5. That was pretty easy. And all of Incendiary Breakers, no, you don't need to use Incendiary Breaker against bots, no, or against bugs. No, it's not that good against bugs either. Doesn't matter. Lots of kills, but a lot of small units, so it doesn't matter.
One small step for democracy.
I think there's technically, a corrosive biome, but you know how many corrosive bugs we got? Like 1, and then like 20 passive hunters, like 20 basic hunters. Not like the super aggressive ones I was telling you about earlier tonight. Those were the basic bitch hunters. And grasshoppers. A lot of things used to be different. Railgun used to be, Railgun needed to be nerfed, and I do think it did. It needs to be brought up now, but it needed to be nerfed before. It was actually fun playing against bots with the Railgun. Like doing a little dance jig while trying to kill them. A lot of fun.
The enemy has launched a surprise attack on one of our planets. It needs our aid.
Got Turing. Good drill.
Allied destroyer
Your mom.
coordinates received. Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
I'll keep saying it, guys. Bugs, when they are easy, are absolutely boring. Bots are always going to be harder than bugs if they turn on the aimbot mode, which, you know, sometimes they do. But generally more fun than bugs when they're easy mode. Scatter, no. See if this guy picks up, he does the right choice. But bugs, when they're hard, are actually a shitload of fun to play against. Like the railgun, do a little spin maneuver while you're charging it and then fire in the face or reloading it. I think this guy's AFK. Dressing room. There he goes. Why does this guy have 2 machine guns?
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Why?
Engaging orbital thrusters.
This is Diff 9, guys. This is... Like, you think this would matter, right? It doesn't. This is Diff 9 in this game now. It doesn't even fucking
Orbit
matter.
synchronized.
It doesn't even fucking matter if this guy has 2 machine guns and a 380. You think it would, but it doesn't. This guy's still dressing himself? What the fuck is going on here? Thank you, boy. This isn't complicated. Other guy showed up and already dressed, like, already finished things off. What is that armor?
Launch
Juggernaut.
initiated.
I swear I haven't seen that model before. Yeah, I read the thread on Reddit. I don't think it's true. I'm pretty sure that's not true. Oh, it's no. It was a thread on Reddit, but it was a tooltip from the game. I actually posted on it. I think it's bullshit. Having played extensively against bots, I think it's bullshit. Yep, also seen that on Reddit. We have a couple suggestions for improving mechs in the Better Divers Guide. Yeah, generally speaking, mechs right now in the game currently are kind of lackluster. But if they ever add a resource system for using resources to buy things in the game, they can make much better mechs. Assuming you can't get them all the time, which is what a resource system would help with, right? Found a stalker nest. I think the drill's over here. Yep. Look for the bad dragon, guys. That's where the nests are.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Alright, well, let's see if this is difficult.
Stratagem no longer available.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Good.
I got the terminal.
Probably can just leave right away. I don't think we need to be here since the rest of the team's showing up.
Rare sample acquired. Got a sample.
Mechs in general, though, are just kind of bad. They aren't really remotely worth what they are. For a lot of different reasons. Even if they were invulnerable, they would still run out of ammo relatively fast and be useless when they run out of ammo. Vice versa, even if they had unlimited ammo, like, they don't survive long enough for it to even matter that much. Exclamation point hd2 rebalance. It's a better diver's guide I made on my channel. Addressing multiple different issues with the game. Reasons that they're a problem, fixes for them as well. Which we talk about every night and add to relatively frequently. Although Joel doesn't want you to know about it. By the way, when they do stuff like that, guys, you just shoot over the top. Normal grenade. Oh.
Reinforcing.
No. Oh. Actually, I think it hit the ground after the guy died, so I think it's going to spawn him.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Oh, there you go. Command in chat, though. Exclamation point hd2 rebalance. You think it's silly, and you're like, oh, Reddit has everything on it? No, they don't. No, they don't. Nope. Not nearly in depth, and not usually the same ideas. Oh, there's a lot of shit over there. I'd love to throw a cluster there, but our teammates are there. Let's go to the radar. Butt plug. Let's go grab that. They've definitely been changing the biomes a little bit, even though they're kind of the same, except for Dagobah. Dagobah is obviously completely different. They've been slowly adjusting and trying to make them look different than each other.
Requesting air support.
Hey, bud, you're wagging your tail? Oh, do you want pets? There you go. Lots of cool shit on there. Basically, it's an, excuse you. Culmination of the last 5 months streaming this game, guys, all put into one place, mainly because it's all split up. Basically, everything on there we've talked about at one point in time, usually multiple points in time, depending on what it is. Still have to address primaries and armors, which we haven't yet. Ah, I see you, bro. Oh, that hurt. Pretty sure there's still a stalker nest around here. You can hear it. I found it, so. Hey, dude.
New mag. I'm on it.
Bug tunnel breach. Calling down a support weapon.
Let's go find a stalker nest after this. I assume our teammates are going to go to the objective, so.
Map updated.
They're getting aggro from super far away. nuke. Oh my god, a railgun, guys, my lucky day. Get rid of that thing. Really hope they put in some of the ideas I have for burning resources into the game, which is kind of a pain point for a lot of people, seeing maxed out resources. Although it just basically means you're going to spend them on stuff that you... Some things that'll be new, and some things that you already basically just take for granted. Basic mech lab would be fantastic, which people basically have been not really asking for. They've been talking about different variants of mechs, but it's basically the same thing. As well as challenge progression, so much higher difficulties. Dead. I'm coming for your family.
Requesting walker.
This is a double hole, double spawner, so each hole spawns 2. A Shrike nest? Troll. What are you guys doing here? Nope.
Fire in the hole!
Nope, you can't protect the nest, Joel. Nope. Oh, that guy did, actually. He might be dead. Not dead yet. We already have a solution for this, though, which is right there. Joel's trying his best at protecting.
Reloading!
For prosperity!
Excuse you.
New mag!
Coming for your family. Dead. I don't know why my teammate's over here right now, but he is. For some strange reason, we got the mech to chase me across the map. Do you even know there's a fucking stalker behind? Okay.
Rare sample acquired. Got a sample.
So this is kind of a new thing, by the way. Not the stalker nest and not a 2x2 spawn. That's not new. The new thing, however, was it looks like the game spawned a patrol to try and stop me from killing the stalker nest, which if you're playing an RTS... We've talked about this before, looking at this game from an RTS perspective, especially when you are talking about...
Heavy on my position.
Where do you come from? When you're talking about the bugs and bots, it's important because, right, you're not playing against Helldivers. You're playing against basically an army. For players, you're fighting on a micro level, right? You're controlling the unit. But bugs and bot is macro, and could actually be turned into a PvP thing if they ever want to do that. Which we also talked about in the Better Divers Guide. Which would actually be really, really fucking cool. Ever went that route.
Sample collected.
Guy's really aggravated. There we go. Oh my god, guys, 10 cents! Wow! Wow, we
Requesting orbital.
paid for my services! That's amazing! Is that a new ledge? No. Wow, we. Oh, well, I think everyone respawned?
Bug outpost.
Did not respawn?
Calling in
Okay,
reinforcements.
it looks like the grenade must have fucked up.
How'd you like to taste of freedom? Reloading.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Do 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 do.
30 minutes.
Doop doop doo. Doop doop doop.
Calling down a sentry.
I remember when bug holes used to be everywhere at all times. Oh, my leg's broken. Anyways, with the stalkers just now, that nest clearly got protection from a patrol, which You know, assume if the bugs are remotely competent or have a hive mind, enemies would show up to protect assets, right? They haven't really up till this point, besides bug holes. You guys over there. Why would you take the air burst when I can just do this? Good question.
New mag.
This guy's getting kind of feisty. What the fuck's going on here? Stop that. Another feisty one. Yep. Get it good. Hey, bud.
Rare sample acquired. Reloading.
Yep. Let's see.
Say hello to democracy.
No.
Bug outpost spotted.
No. Nope. Maybe right there.
Requesting air support.
I think the wildest big head I've seen was like 2 days ago. We had that one guy that just would not stop fucking attacking me. No matter what I did, I couldn't fucking disengage him. Another group. Like just simply spreading out the flyers, for instance, would stop you from instantly killing them. Close. Dad.
Reloading.
That's a hive guard. Ah, yeah. A lot of really cool stuff. So, like, one of the ideas, for instance, on the Better Divers guide that I added is for PvP, but not PvP like Destiny. It would involve basically either one of two things, or maybe even both, which is one person to essentially be the commander for the bugs or bots and deploy resources like an RTS and play them like an RTS against Helldivers. Idea being generally not to kill off the Helldivers, but stop them or impede them to the point where they can't complete missions. It's kind of what the game already does, but, you know, sometimes obviously not very good. Whether or not they can do that, and obviously take a lot of work, but whether or not they can do that up in the air, pretty cool. The other option is a way of basically just preventing...
Reinforcing.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Bug tunnel breach.
Okay. Okay.
Sending in an eagle.
Stop it. Stop it. Another aggressive hunter. You need to get ammo before I die. Why is it making whistles? You guys hear that, right? It sounds like a fucking car or something. It is. Other option is not necessarily making like a 1v1 scenario, but you could make it so.
Requesting air support.
But no, where are you going? No.
Freedom never
It's fucked off. What the fuck is that? You make it so players can control units for the bugs, basically like Left 4 Dead 2, where the idea isn't to kill off Helldivers, although you could, but basically playing a less powerful side and just trying to tempt people to stop them from accomplishing their objectives or impeding them, making them take longer. Left 4 Dead 2, if you ever played it, has a very unique style of gameplay, very unique adversarial multiplayer. Not really in any other game.
Calling down a support weapon.
New man. How
That just hurt me. It's actually pretty neat. Not many people have experienced Left 4 Dead 2 adversarial.
Engaging terminal.
Yep.
Sample collected.
Pretty cool shit. A lot of really cool shit you can do with this game because of the kind of gameplay that it is and what it represents as a game right now. How it functions. Stuff. Have a good day, Odie. Enjoy your day, dude. How do you know before I do too? I don't know if I can stand for that. Like we must have hit a cap on the number of units this spawn. Let's go do the northern nest. Our teammates are going to go get farmed by the stalker nest.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Any defensive spawns.
Reloading.
This game's so fucking weird, guys. Like, this nest was basically completely unguarded. There's just nothing here.
Calling down a walker.
I don't know if that's by design or some other sort of limitation in terms of the game itself.
Weaponry.
Sending in an eagle.
I need to... well, you know.
Sample collect.
I actually came down here for the samples, so... Guess let's go take care of the stalker nest before it farms our teammates. A lot of meat.
Requesting air support.
Attack underway.
Sure.
That's called democracy.
Trying to run away? Okay. Oh my god, did Green see what I'm doing? He's gonna go do it now? No way. After I killed off 4 of the stalkers. Let's go take care of the poo-poo tree then. Is he actually... okay.
Reloading. Got a sample.
Enemy elite. Southeast. Close.
Rare sample.
Normally you could just trust your teammates to do it, right?
Sample collected.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Rare sample acquired. Bug, ending in an eagle.
Might hit Green if he doubles back. It's gonna hit Green.
Delivering payload.
5 though.
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Objective critical stratagem available.
About to say he somehow survived, but then he died.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
In your shit fucking tits on.
Reinforcing.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Rare sample acquired.
Bile Titan in there now. There's 2 Bile Titans here.
Tagging location. South.
And... whoop. Oh, what?
Orbital inbound.
The fuck was that? He like did like he like spit in like 2 spots at the same time. Occasionally they'll have like outlier globbers. They like shoot to the side and hit you for tick damage, but he hit me like multiple times to the side. It is a wonderful thing being on Helldive and watching teammates try to kill chargers with machine guns from the front. But no. What the fuck is this?
Sending in an eagle.
Yeah. There was a 500 kg. Doesn't have rebound stratagem keys. By the way, guys, you should. It still sometimes is a thing, but you should always rebind your stratagem keys, like way before diff 9. Like you shouldn't play beyond diff 7 without rebinding your stratagem keys,
Squad lost.
because you can't play the game without running around and typing in stratagems.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Happen. Very painful watching it. Let's see. Right there.
Sending in an eagle. Towing down a sentry.
It hit the big head. Fuck.
Coming in hot.
Prosperity. New mag. Requesting advance.
All right. Back to what we were doing.
Bug tunnel breach.
Well.
Calling in reinforcements.
Land on me, teammate. I swear to God, we're gonna have words.
Requesting air support.
Alrighty. That is not where we want to be. Having fun. Don't worry about it. Teammates are probably going to burn up all of our reinforcements here. This is actually this kind of got weird, or wild. Excuse me. This kind of got wild out of nowhere.
Sending in an eagle.
No. Sit here and bait him. Oh, we might be dead. We're 100% dead. Yeah. The charger hit me from the front, and I got flung back into the bile tank. What the fuck?
Calling in reinforcements.
The fuck was that? So we know there's a scripted event in the game, which is Joel will, if you get hit by a charger, we've seen it quite a few times. If you get hit by a charger, it will fling you directly back into a bile tank. Nothing to do with the angle, nothing to do with the physics. You'll just get flung back into it and die. Which kind of looks like what we just saw just now. Only it was with a big head. Stop shooting the enemies so I can. Yeah. Moment. Yeah. Okay. There we go. I just got put out instantly. The fuck was that?
I got the terminal.
I most definitely just got set on fire. That legit actually just looks like what it just happened was the big head hit me and I flew completely 180 the direction that I got hit by into the bile tank. All we have to do is guard the drill, right?
Throwing grenade.
Let's see. Let's go north and grab the samples.
Liberty emerges victorious yet again. Extract when ready.
Like H1's trying to do that. We do the nest on the way south here. Oh, too close. Okay.
Calling in reinforcements. Marking location. Support weapon.
We didn't actually. I don't think no one went over to the poo-poo tree to gather up the samples. Poo-poo trees have samples at the bottom, like 7 of them.
Reloading! Got a sample. Rare sample acquired.
Yep. Ah, goody good. Ammo. Well, as long as teammates don't drop resupplies,
Calling in reinforcements.
Oh, to extract.
Requesting air support.
Bomb tunnel breach.
Dead. A lot of meat there too.
Reinforcing.
Well, let's head to the extraction while our teammates die, and I guess we'll just respawn them. So.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Who did that earlier, I believe?
Ready to liberate.
Requesting orbital strike.
Doop doop doo. Doop 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 doo. Doop. Happy Sun guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Let's start to your work week with my stream, because my stream's fantastic. We come up with all the better ideas that they should add to the game.
Calling down support weapon. Requesting advanced weaponry.
By the way, when we talked about a mech customizer earlier too, I wasn't meaning anything advanced. If you've ever played mech where the mech customizer can get pretty advanced, but you can make a basic one where you replace arms and maybe ammo types. The spicy hunters I hear over there.
New mag.
A lot of spicy shit here now.
Bug tunnel
Well.
breach. Ending in an eagle.
That's a basic charger. Can we hook him? Oh, he hooked himself.
Proceed to extraction when ready.
Bitch! Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here.
Calling down. My life for supers.
I'm not going to throw out all my clusters, even though we're probably going to need, we're going to need 500s here at the end.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Very spicy.
Mag's empty. New
Oh.
mag. I need supplies.
Where they throw the resupply beacon, guys? Out.
Calling in reinforcements.
I probably should have actually,
Extraction shuttle inbound.
no, that's gonna hurt me.
Helldivers never die. Mag's empty.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes 30 seconds.
Reinforcing.
That leg, bitch. Gone.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Alright. Typing in too fast.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Sending in an eagle.
We're out of reinforcements.
For prosperity. Requesting air support.
ETA T-minus
Too
1
late.
minute 30 seconds.
New mag. Tunnel breach.
Brah. I know you want to hold my hand.
Requesting air support.
That's too close. That's a waste.
Take liberty.
Somehow, my teammate just fucking set me on fire. No idea how.
ETA T-minus 1
With his
minute.
incinerate, we're dead. I'm gonna get spit on here in a second. Not dead yet. We're out. His dog definitely working against me right there. I think our teammate grabbed all the fucking supplies here. No.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
You will never destroy our way of life.
Always kill the easy charger first.
10 seconds.
How about a nice cup of liberty?
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated.
Well,
Watch where
we
you're
have all the
standing.
samples? We do. I'm not fucking waiting here for teammates. This is a disaster waiting to happen.
Throwing supply beacon.
I'm getting in.
Countdown initiated.
I don't think they're going to stop. So there's actually two possibilities at the end. Is either they will keep spawning forever, which it looked like that was getting really, really spicy at the end there, or they'll let up, and you can really just wait around forever, and it doesn't matter. And based on how things are going there, and I chose to extract. That's pretty rare. Normally you have more than enough time to do that. That was pretty spicy at the end of that. I guess a couple spots in this mission were spicy itself, but at the end they're definitely very spicy. But once again, if we had better teammates, it might not have even mattered that we're getting a significant amount of spawn. GG guys. We had all the samples too, so I looked on the ground. Good. Look at our mission time. Well, that was pretty fucking good, guys. Not a lot of the missions tonight have been that way. That was, like, we've had a couple. Fucking look at that. Still not a 1K. We had a 1K kill game, guys. It's on YouTube if you're curious about that. Without being a bunch of small units either. That was pretty good. 800, 900, another 1200. So I think the difficulty was mainly because of our teammates, as it goes. But once again, that's kind of the thing. It's why I don't play, like I don't do viewer games and I don't host my own games now. Because we just get SEAL Team 6 in it and it doesn't seem to matter. We've had 1800 kill lobbies, which it felt kind of like cakewalk. Not super like that, but if everyone knows what they're doing, they're really good. It doesn't seem like the game can even keep up. So. Alrighty. I think mainly the difficulty in that match was due to our teammates not being that great. But, you know. The usual. Where to call things here for this evening, guys, I suppose, is a good place to end things. Tonight will be more of the Helldivers 2, more than likely. I'm trying to figure out exactly what I want to play outside of it. Not exactly sure. Obviously, we're waiting basically in a holding pattern, waiting for Arrowhead to get back from their Swedish vacation, and that's probably going to last till August, maybe into August a little bit. Before we see a war bond, and maybe we'll see the Luminant in August, who knows. They've been teasing a Luminant for a long time now, so I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen here. But July is probably not going to be it, as it turns out. Maybe we'll play some... I've talked about going on a League of Legends stint here, where we play some shitty gold games, or we could also do Riftbreaker, do the new DLC that came out, which I tend to play that. It's another good game, by the way, if you're into Last Stands, although that one's more of an RTS Last Stand. Still quite a bit of fun, so... We're going to call things here, though, guys. If you are new to the stream and you enjoyed watching me run around for my life and or talk about game development and or how to make the game better, make sure to hit the follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, as well as TikTok every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6, so late night North America time. I stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. It depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. I am out here for this evening. Tonight will probably be Helldivers 2. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my streams always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic night. Casual, I just started late, Idwin. I just started late. Have a good night, guys.